Honk.
Yes, as the song goes. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Friday stream. It is Friday, September 3rd, 2021, in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, etc., etc. Mike's coming in a little hot. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you all, and I hope folks are having a good Friday and the first Friday of September, and I hope you folks are looking forward to a little bit of this game, which it's been a few weeks since we've played. Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, but today we really sink our teeth into Mask of the Betrayer, which everyone tells me is the most amazing game of all recorded time, and not exactly that much, but everyone does tell me that it's amazing, so, I am excited to try it and see. We just probably got, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes into it at the very end of my session where I wrapped up the main campaign of Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. So we're going to see how it goes, and I am looking forward to it. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us here in the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, which has all the past broadcasts of this and other streams. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, !ArvTweets is the Twitter where you can see what happens when I'm going live and all that kind of good stuff. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff relating to Infinity and Beyond merchandise, Adventures in Middle-earth merchandise, and soon to be Esper Genesis merchandise as well. That is under construction still, so we're going to be reworking that fairly soon. But in the meantime, it's still up and functional, the one that we have, so feel free to go over there and get some cool swag and support the channel at the same time. Another way to support the panel, you can support the panel too. The way to support the channel is through the Patreon, which is !Arvtreon. That is really the main way, financial way to support us, that and subs, because subbing to the channel is great, and supporting the Patreon is great because it lets you get all of this. I know. I was just like, why would it support the panel? But it will also allow you to get inspirations to help our tabletop players throughout the month, which reminds me, I need to reset those inspirations. I'm just making a note to myself to do that for tomorrow. But yeah, so we've got that, and you also can get a copy of one of my band's albums. You can get a critique of your writing. You can get professional character background written for you. You can get an epic poem written for you and all that kind of good stuff if you support on the Patreon. And of course, the subs allows you to support the channel as well. You get those custom sub badges that are on their way, and emotes, and of course, you can also get those inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, award-winning graphic novel, actually. Library is Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook, which is currently being shipped as we speak in physical form. It's been available in digital form for many, many months, but finally the physical is on its way out, thank goodness. And of course, Grayshade KS is the Grayshade Kickstarter. Again, we are still sorting out the deal with that, and we should have more information for you about the details with that very soon. So that's on its way, coming soon to a person near you, by which I mean myself. So we've got that going on. And of course, if you haven't already done so, you can check out the Library, Grayshade KS, and Icarus. Those are the main ones to think about to support us here on the channel. That is always appreciated. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Now, before I go through the calendar, which is my usual thing that I do on the first stream of a month, let me just get rid quickly of that, and let me get rid of that, and let me turn on that. There we go. Good to see you all. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Actually, I could probably zoom this out a touch. Just a trifle, just a little bit there. It is good to see you all, and I hope everyone's doing well. I'm wearing today, I have not worn this shirt in ages, but I thought I was going to go super old school today. So today I am wearing my EverQuest shirt. I got this shirt when I was working at Electronics Boutique many years ago. And so this is the original. You can tell because it's kind of got that, like, you know, it's sort of like a heavy cotton, and it's kind of got that, hello, I'm here to tell you about EverQuest type of thing. But yeah, I played this back in the day and I thought, oh, what the hell, I'll try something a little bit different. So anyway, I am doing that. So just a couple of notes here. First of all, I wanted to thank everybody that participated in the hashtag A Day Off Twitch on Wednesday. I would say that it was quite successful. If you've seen the news about this, apparently Twitch had its biggest drop in concurrent watchers and concurrent viewers that it's had either in its history or for a very long time. And that tells me that it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Now, you're still going to get the naysayers who are like, well, it doesn't mean that they've changed their behavior and they haven't changed overnight and blah, 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 blah. This isn't the point. The reason that this was done in the first place was to call attention to this issue and to begin to springboard a movement, to hold Twitch more accountable. And that's exactly what it has done, is begun that process. That doesn't mean that we can then go away and be like, all right, we're all set. It is a starting point. It is not the end point. So for people who want to jump up and down and be like, the answer is clearly we've arrived at everything, that's never what this was supposed to be. So thank you for those of you who participated in it and did not watch Twitch on that day and obviously did not stream yourselves. I am very glad, thankfully, that our community did that. And yeah, and I think it was a good start. Again, much more work to be done, but I was happy to support that. And I look forward to seeing how Twitch engages in stuff going forward, which is going to be necessary because Twitch has not done enough, nearly enough so far, to support streamers from marginalized communities and to stop this, huge proliferation in hate raids. And so it needs to do better. And I am glad that it is that we've begun that process of getting them to come to the table and do that. Hey, what's up, Configuration Queen? Also, hello to Garlic Tofu, Shadow Mage, Bulgaris, Rudnell. Good to see everybody. So that's the first thing. Second thing was just to talk a little bit about our schedule for this month, because it is going to be an interesting schedule as we move into the month of March. So if you type in calendar, should get the job done, you can then pop over here and this will tell you what we've got on the docket. So I'm going to put when I'm looking over here, it's because the calendar is over here on my left. So tonight and tomorrow, we are going to be doing some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. As I say, Mask of the Betrayer. It's been a few weeks since I've been able to do it, so I'm super excited to do that. Then, as of right now, this is still a little bit up in the air. Some of these days are a bit up in the air because we're still solidifying stuff. For one thing, we don't have the Soundclash the Clampdown day yet, which Sunday that's going to be. We also don't yet have the Blades in the Dark date sort of set yet, but we will very soon, and when we do, we will get that stuff put. It's going to be on some Sundays. We just don't know which Sunday that's actually going to be. But in any case, month of March. What? What do you mean month of March? As we move into the month of March? No, I was saying fall as we move into the fall months. Did I say March? If I did, I don't know what I was thinking. No, as we move into the month of September, by which I mean the month as we move into fall, the season of fall is what I meant to say. I don't know what I actually said, but that's what I meant to say. So anyway, again, there will be Sundays getting filled in. But on Tuesday, the 7th, we will be playing some more Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete Mask of the Betrayer. And then we'll be doing some Solasta Crown of the Magister over on GOG. I am super excited to be getting back into that game as well. And our first community D&D session of the month is going to be, maybe that's what it was, as we march into the fall. Maybe that, yeah. Maybe that's what I said. That's the ticket. That sounds much more legitimate. Anyway, Wednesday the 8th is when Community D&D with DM Shadowed Mage is going to be coming back at you. So, as usual, we will have the Shadow crew of Triffity Mats, of Echo Alpha X5, of Rock God and Hoodie, with Shadowed Mage as your DM and Dragon of Ice Spire Peak. That'll be happening on Wednesday night, Wednesday the 8th. Then on Friday the 10th, 1 week from today, we will have the next Esper Genesis session, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment as always. And on Saturday the 11th, we will have some Eberron as D&D with I&B continues with Eberron Oracle of War as they move into part 2 of that adventure known as Voice in the Machine. So that's going to be really cool. It is a very, very cool portion of the adventure. I am super excited about that. Then on Tuesday the 14th, we'll be back here with the Phantoms of Fear game book. That is going to be illustrated by, of course, Terry Toons. I'm really hoping that we get this done this time because I'm really excited to get back into those game book sessions. So that'll be happening at 12 noon. Then then at 4 p.m. Eastern over on GOG, we will have Pen and Pixels with Talisman Adventures. So we'll be back into our Talisman Adventures game. And then on Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, we will have the Our Vocalist back with Apollo Justice. So that'll be happening on Tuesday the 14th. Little side note, my birthday is on Thursday the 16th. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a special stream for that. I know that I'm teaching on Thursday the 16th, but maybe I'll just be like, do a quick jump on and be like, hey, I don't know. But we will have definitely other stuff going on as far as birthday celebrations and the like coming up. I should say, by the way, so that Friday the 17th, we will have another Esper Genesis session on Friday night. And then Saturday the 18th, we are scheduled for Metroid Prime. That is partially dependent on what's going on with birthday plans. We may be doing a birthday party for me of some kind that may involve gamers coming over and friends of mine playing some games with me here in the new place. That may be happening. I don't know yet. So Metroid Prime is a little bit up in the air. If I don't do it then I probably would end up moving it to another day, possibly like October 1st. I might move it to right after the month of September. So I'm not 100% sure yet, but we will see. Something along those lines. Ordered For the Queen today. Yeah, For the Queen is fun. I have played it myself, and I have it. All right, let me hear this clip. Of March. So it could be an interesting schedule as we move into the month of March. So if you type in, you're quite right. I said the month of March. Why would I say the month of March? I must have meant to say as we march into September. I don't know what I was thinking about. I don't know. I don't have any like particular, no particular appeal. Maybe I'm wishing I was back in the time when I was still on sabbatical, but that would mean I'd have to live through the last 5 months or so, some of which have been good, but some of which I could do without, especially regarding a certain pandemic it's affecting the world. So I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, not March, September. That's what I meant. So then we've got, as I say, Metroid Prime is a little bit up in the air for that Saturday the 13th, Saturday the 18th, sorry, but I don't know for sure. And so that's going to be a little bit up in the air until I actually figure that out. Then we've got Tuesday the 21st. That is going to be Adventures in Middle Earth is going to be joining us. So we're starting AME a little bit later than normal, and that's going to be Erebor Adventures as we continue with 2 Dungeons Deep. And then we will have D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh, over on GOG at 4 p.m. Eastern on that day of the 21st. Wednesday the 22nd will be the second community D&D session of the month with the Shadow Crew, Wednesday night at 9 p.m. And then Friday the 24th, we will have the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. I often do this on a Tuesday, but because I wanted to accommodate players being able to play AIME later in the month, I moved the Patreon-fueled game to Friday instead of that Tuesday. But the final vote, we're still going to have a chance to get through most of our weeks and whatever, so we'll still have a good amount of time to be able to get your votes in for that. And then on Saturday the 25th, Eberron Oracle of War again. On Tuesday, the 26th, we have got AIME Erebor Adventures, as I mentioned, and then we'll be back to Solasta Crown of the Magister on Tuesday, the 28th, and that will be the last day of the month of September, 30 days in September, and then again, Friday, October 1st, I just marked down Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, but again, that could be switched to Mask of the Betrayer, depending on how things happen. Oh my God, Uncle Elias! What is going on? Thank you, Uncle Elias. It has been a minute. I've seen you, of course, around, and I've seen you lurking and stuff like that, but it's good to see you, Elias. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is okay, too, I hope you managed to get through the great flood of 2021 and all that kind of stuff. I hope that everything worked out okay. But thank you so much, Elias. I appreciate it. 31 months. Wow. Thanks, dude, very much. So Friday, October 1st will be Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, and then we will be into another month. And I should say, by the way, that Friday, October 1st, leading into October 2nd, one of the reasons that day is up in the air also is because I, at the moment, am still scheduled to be going out to Origins. I am the co-coordinator of the Origins Library, along with John Helfers and Aaron Rosenberg, and the three of us coordinate this amazing library of authors, which this year is going to be largely in person, but there will be a few folks that will be virtual as well. So Carlos will be there. Carlos Hernandez, CSE Cooney will be there. We will have multiple people, Lucy Snyder, Addie King. We will have Mike Underwood. I think Mike is going to be doing this virtual, if I'm not mistaken, as is Marie Bilodeau. I believe Kat Rambo is going to be virtual. We've got Don Bingle, who's going to be in person. So we got a lot of people that are going to be in person, some people who are going to be virtual. And we are still, at the moment planning to be there, and I am planning to be there at the moment. However, it is conceivable, depending on how things break down with the Delta variant and that sort of situation, that I may have to make a decision to be virtual myself. I don't know. I'm hoping not to do that. I have been really, really looking forward to doing in-person stuff. I've gotten so far the chance to do exactly one in-person con in the last 2 years, basically. My last one, 18 months anyway. The last one that I went to in person before Three Rivers, which was in May, was Farpoint, and that was February of 2020, and then nothing except for that one glorious period of time in late May to late June where it felt like we were starting to come out of this thing, and then people didn't get vaccinated, and then we had the Delta variant, and so that all changed again. But that was Three Rivers, and that's been the only one. Three Rivers was the only con that I have done in person in the last 18 months, and it's killing me. I really, really want to get to these things. I love doing this stuff for a variety of reasons, and but Ohio is not a particularly well-vaccinated state. There has been a huge surge in cases there. And one thing that I've set as kind of the standard, in fact, there's even been a situation that came up over the last couple of weeks that my son was invited to go to a kid's birthday party, and his dad isn't vaccinated. And I was like, sorry, I'm not doing that. And he's not vaccinated, not because of immunocompromise. It's because he's hesitant. And I'm like, well, until you get over your hesitancy, I am hesitant to expose my child. I think it is a terrible mistake to do that, and I am just not going to expose my kid. I feel like you'd have to be blind not to see what's going on at the moment, and that means that you got to be safe. Now, that doesn't mean that you shut life down completely. I do think there are other conditions besides COVID that matter. I do think it's not good for kids to spend their whole lives masked up. I don't think it's a good idea for people to spend their whole lives in front of video screens and doing everything virtual. Education works better when you were in person most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time. This is one of the reasons that I'm in person at the moment at my university, but my university has a 100% universal staff, faculty, administrator, and student vaccine mandate. So not only are the kids older, and not only is everyone there eligible basically to be vaccinated, but all of those things are mandates, and also there is a mask mandate. So you put all that together. Am I still a little nervous about it? Yes, but I feel like it's a much more reasonable risk, and the other things, the benefit of being in person and everything, counterbalances everything else. But I am just not going to, I refuse to expose my kid to something like that when I know that that is the wrong thing to do. So Ohio, unfortunately, is a place that has a lot of people that tend to believe the same thing. Now, it's true that there are going to be mask mandates completely at Origins. That is already the case. They are still deciding whether to do vaccine mandates. I hope they do. I think it is the right thing to do. Dragon Con is doing that right now. I know that DisCon at the end of the year is doing that. So I'm hoping that Origins will do that also. But in any case, I have to make a decision one way or the other. And it will depend partially on not just whether a vaccine mandate is put in place, but also on how the caseload looks. It also could be that by the time we get 2 weeks from now, that the Delta thing is going to start to go down the other side and start dropping again. And then I might feel a little more comfortable doing it. But I am fully vaccinated. My wife is fully vaccinated. My mother-in-law is fully vaccinated. My daughter is fully vaccinated, but my son, who is 5, cannot be. And I am just not going to. I am a little concerned for myself. Like, I don't want to get terribly sick or to die. But I'm mostly concerned for my son. And I am just absolutely not going to do something which is going to put him at undue risk. So I have to decide about that. So I'm hoping. What's up, Kyle? Good to see you. So I am hoping that the decisions will be made and that we'll be in a state where I can do that. And I'm still planning on it. I'm still like 60-40 planning on going. But there is a chance that it may not happen. And so I'm a little bit up in the air about it. So we'll see. I don't know. I will have a decision made about that in the next week or so, probably. But that is the one thing that could affect that first weekend of October. But it's not going to affect the month of, 66.1. At 66.1% is, I know. Maine has done brilliantly well. My home state of Connecticut, man, is like 64% fully vaccinated. Now, it still needs to be better. So does Maine. We really should be aiming for like 85%. That's what I'd like to see. But yeah, I mean, in comparison to every other state, in comparison to certainly the southern states, all you need to do is look at the COVID numbers, the hospitalizations, the deaths in a place like Florida, and compare it to what you're looking at in a place like Maine or Vermont or Connecticut or, New York State or one of these places, and you'll see a huge difference. So, no, exactly. Totally agree with you. And that's the thing, right? That's the important thing is fully vaccinated. 80%? No, but not second dose, though, CQ. It couldn't be. I've seen the numbers. The highest state number that is fully vaccinated for anyone is Maine, and that's 66%. That's the fullest one. The one single dose, that Maryland may very well have done. And I mean, that would be great. I mean, I'm Maryland is doing pretty well from what I understand, but I'm pretty sure it's not 80% fully vaccinated, or that would be a huge deal. But, a lot of what people have said is true. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The problem is that when you have so many people still that are unvaccinated nationwide, it means that any number of people who are vaccinated, they will only do so much. The number of people getting breakthrough vaccinations who are breakthrough infections who are vaccinated is extremely small. But, if the overall exposure level is high and the case number rate is high because of all these unvaccinated people, then obviously the vaccinated rate of infection is going to be higher as well, because it's like having an incredibly effective dam. If you get hit by a tsunami, a little of the water is going to drip over the dam, right? So it's just, it's gotta be key. That's interesting, Arudinel. Yeah, I can see that. So, I mean, listen, I am convinced that we are eventually going to get past this on some level. It may or may not become endemic. I don't know, but it is definitely going to eventually subside into something which we view as more or less something like the common cold, probably a little stronger than that, but more or less like the common cold. And maybe we'll need booster shots once a year, although I don't even know that that's necessarily true, because the immunity in terms of what the T and the B cells are doing is pretty durable. And so there's in fact a real question as to whether this third booster dose is even a great idea. What we really need to do is get the world vaccinated. That's what needs to happen. So I think we are going to get past this, but in the meantime, we are still, in the midst of it. And excuse me, had some water went down the wrong pipe before I started. And so, one thing, I just wanted to share two things with all of you, and then we'll get started. Right, exactly. I think you're right, Arudinel. I totally agree with you. And I want to share two things with you, and then we're going to start playing. But I do want to share two things with you folks. Anyway, to finish up calendar, first of all. So that's the calendar. Very excited for what looks like a fun month of September. Now, I want to share two nice things that I saw for you. 61%. Yes, that's cool. That does not surprise me, CQ. I knew that Maryland was one of the top 6 or 7. So if they're now up to 61%, that's awesome. I saw 80 though, and I was like, wow. I was like, that would have been amazing. But no, yes, 61% is still really good. I like Maryland a lot. In fact, CQ, a good friend of mine that I coached in debate used to be, when Martin O'Malley was the governor of Maryland, this friend of mine was the lead speechwriter for the governor. And so I've always, had a soft spot in my heart for the state of Maryland. And of course, my good friend Mike Underwood lives in Baltimore and all that. So anyway, good stuff. It might be. But it might be Elias, but I think the idea that it's going to be sort of devastatingly, I don't think it's going to have this effect. It may or may not be worse than the flu, I don't know, but it's not going to have this level of effect that we're dealing with now, because either through infection or through natural immunity, which is not a good idea because you don't want to roll the dice and hope that you get a mild case. Long COVID and all these other things means you do not want to get infected if you can avoid it. And you certainly don't want to get infected before you've been vaccinated. But in any case, it's the kind of thing that will drop, I think, from being a devastating thing to something which is manageable once the vaccinations come into play. Yeah. So anyway, but so I wanted to share two things with you folks. So the first was that I started the classes. I started school yesterday, and so I went in and I presented my 3 classes. Yeah. Had you not been, no, that's true. And I actually had not heard that you had that. The minor case, right? Exactly. The vaccination made a big difference, and I'm sorry to hear that you even got any of that. But it is a huge difference, and I know we've talked about that, Arudinel. Yeah, like especially for people with health conditions and everything, it's so important to have that happen. Anyway, so I started the classes yesterday. Obviously, I always start every semester by handing out syllabi and by talking about what the class is, the expectations for the class, talking about the books, fielding questions, and all that sort of thing. And my students were there. Everybody was actually the building that I was teaching in, which is the main building on campus, Marillac, the main building that classes take place in. There's a bunch of other buildings where classes do, but Marillac's like one of the main ones. And so there were people wandering around. I would say in the hallway, it was like 90% compliance. There were a couple of kids who walked around with the mask under their nose. There were 1 or 2 kids that had the masks off completely, but it was basically 90% had their masks on the right way. And once they got into the rooms, it was 100%. And there was one kid who came in who had the mask down, and I had my full, straight up thing. So I didn't like glare at him, but I just like looked at him when he came in, and he immediately like, oh, and he like put the mask up full, and they kept it on the whole time. So 100% compliance. There is a mask and vaccine mandate at St. John's, so that if you are not fully vaccinated as of September 30th, as of October 1st, if you're a staff or administrator or faculty, you will be placed on unpaid leave. And if you're a student, I think it's only 2 weeks in, you will be dropped from the class and from the university entirely. Which is what you need to do. And so the students are, they were all vaccinated anyway, but they're all getting vaccinated now. So that was good to see. But I started by talking about how, before I even handed out the syllabus, I told them, first of all, that I had been teaching. This is my 19th year of teaching at St. John's, and it is my 20th year. I'm starting my 20th year of full-time college teaching. I taught a year at BU full-time, Boston University, and then I came down and taught at St. John's. So I'm starting my 20th year this year. And the group of students dealing with it, which is amazing to me, by the way. Of course, I've been teaching for over 25 years in multiple levels, but in terms of just full-time college, that's what we're talking about. And this is easily the strangest year that I've ever had where I'm actually in the classroom teaching. And so I said that whatever emotion it is that they were feeling, whether it is anger or sadness or even unexpectedly joy out of nowhere or resentment or fear, whatever kind of feeling that they're having, it is okay and reasonable to have. And that much of the time we spend our time sort of telling the younger generation, oh yeah, you've got it, you're fine, you grow, I think we ask kids to grow up far too quickly. And I think that it's odd because we're all living longer, and yet we ask everyone to grow up way more quickly. And we tell these kids to grow up fast and, you can do it and you can be adults. And the reality is this younger generation are still very young, right? Even the ones who are older, even the ones who are sort of the so-called non-traditional student. When I taught night classes, I used to have some adults in my class, but now 99.9% of the time, I'm dealing with that 17, 18 to 21, 22 demographic. These are young people. And if we, as adults, have not figured it all out, if we're still dealing with confusion and uncertainty and the world around us, not just COVID, obviously, then the idea that young people should be able to figure it all out is nonsensical. And so I made it clear that however they felt was okay to feel, and that I wanted them to know that they could reach out and speak to me. They could reach out and speak to one of the deans, one of the advisors, one of their other professors. They could speak to someone at the university and to each other, because we were going to get through this as a community. Very similar to what I talk about sometimes with all of you folks. And I made clear that I was not expecting them to have it all figured out and have everything together. And I had a student come up to me afterwards and said to me, thank you for acknowledging what it is we've been dealing with. He's like, I really appreciate it, and it makes me feel like someone is really looking out for us, and that matters a lot. So I was like, good. I'm glad, because these are people first and students second. And I want to treat them as people first because, frankly, I couldn't be, I wouldn't be worth a damn as a teacher to the student if I don't understand the person that the student is. And so that was the first thing that I thought was really nice, that they were just, it was nice. They seemed to get it. The students really felt as if you could tell they were happy to be back in a room with some sense of normalcy, but also it's still a low level of like, yee type of thing. And so that was powerful. Yes. Thank you, Dragon. So there was that. The second thing was that I was walking to one of my classes. This is a very small thing, but I was walking to my second class, and there was a kid standing there with a backpack on, the whole bit, student obviously, looking at the campus map, one of the big campus maps they have on campus, trying to figure out where to go. And as I was walking along, I saw another kid walk up to, like, literally pass him, see him, turn around and walk back and be like, hey, do you need help knowing where to go? Can I help? And the other guy was like, no, I think I figured it out. I think I'm going to this building. And the kid was like, all right. And they smiled at each other and they walked away from each other in their separate ways. And I was like, now this other kid was clearly a student. He didn't have like a St. John's shirt on. He wasn't like a guide. He wasn't someone whose job it was to wander the campus and like help people. He was just another student who saw someone else that might need some assistance and offered it to him. Now, that seems very small, but when I talk about communities, this is what I mean. It's the idea of every individual viewing themselves as their brother's keeper, feeling like they are responsible to see if someone needs help. And it doesn't mean that he needs to go over there and then like escort him to the room, or he needs to be like, that's not what it means. It just means that he reached out for a moment and checked with someone. And that simple little act of grace, I found very uplifting. I don't know whether that makes any sense, but it made me feel really good. I was like, I've always liked the St. John student body, but I just felt like, because they're just good kids and a lot of goodwill and smart, but I mean, just a lot of goodwill. And I just felt really, I don't know, it made me feel good. And that's the kind of thing that I'd like to see more of. And the point that I like to make to the cynics and to the people who are like, we're all doomed anyway and everything sucks and we hate each other. Nonsense. That's not true. As long as you have people who do little acts like that. And that, by the way, grows, right? Because the kid who had that done, who clearly was grateful, that kid is going to carry that feeling of, oh, someone wanted to help me out with him. And maybe that means he holds the door for someone who normally he would have just let it shut in their face because he wasn't thinking, but now he really thinks about the person behind him. And maybe the person he held the door for a bit longer than normal thinks, oh, that's nice. And maybe they give a little room to someone in the hallway to let him go by. And maybe that person then says something, right? These things grow, and there's a ripple effect of positivism. And this is not toxic positivity. This is not whistling past the graveyard. This is a simple human act of, you need a little help, I'm going to help you. That's all. No big deal. Didn't save a life, didn't cure cancer, didn't solve Alzheimer's, didn't, fix climate change, didn't, erase COVID, but he said something that was nice and human to somebody else. And I thought it was kind of cool. And that kind of, and I do want to say, Bulgaris, and I understand what you mean. I don't actually agree with you. I don't think it's more rare. I think that it is overloaded by, first of all, a lot of reporting on the lack of kindness in other people, and we get a lot of reports on that. And I also think that sometimes that stuff gets buried underneath other people who feel like other stuff is going on. Like everyone gets overloaded, and so everyone's sort of store of compassion is lower. But I don't actually think that it's happening less and less. So I respectfully disagree with you. I don't think that's true. I think that it does happen, but I think our being able to highlight it, as I'm doing for all of you, is the thing that's becoming important. And I think that's the key. I think positivity is still there. But I agree with Rudinell that the news gets more and more toxic and the negativity gets louder. But I would also remind everyone that there is a principle in behavioral science called an extinction burst, which is when you work with a dog, for example, and you're trying to get a dog to stop a certain behavior. At a certain point, when that behavior, let's say the dog always jumped up on you to get a bone, to get a treat, and you don't want the dog to do that anymore, so you stop giving the dog a treat when he jumps up on you. There is an extinction burst, which means that at a certain point, a dog is going to jump up on you constantly, even more than normal in a desperate attempt to get that to happen. And then when you still don't give them a treat, then the dog will stop. And then the behavior is extinguished. And I do think that some of this loud shouting negativism is partly coming from an increasingly shrinking demographic of people that realize that they are gradually, from a demographic point of view, losing out. Now, I don't see that as losing. I see that as being a part of an increasing move towards world diversity, which I think is a wonderful thing. But some people are, threatened by that. And so I do think there's more of that in that regard. So I don't know. I appreciated that act, and I hope that by mentioning it to all of you, it's something that we can sort of take forward. And I see all of you, incidentally, do acts of kindness like this for each other multiple times. In fact, I know of acts that happen that don't actually get mentioned on chat, but I know them. I know that they occur, and I've seen you folks doing them. And of course, I don't, I have been asked not to give specifics, so I don't, but I know that they happen. And so, I don't know, made me feel good. Doesn't mean there isn't a lot of negative stuff in the world, a lot of it. And I'm not in any way suggesting, I'm not being a Pollyanna. We have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems to deal with. I just want to put a little bit of pump in the brakes on the idea that all of it is just disaster. It's not all the case. And the people who want you to believe that it's a disaster tend to be those who don't want you to do anything to fix it. Again, cynicism is the greatest evil. So hang in there, I guess is what I'm saying. The death of bigotry losing ground to diversity. Yes, absolutely. The vice principal, very cute, Dragon. Yeah, I agree, Configure. I mean, again, I'm not even saying it's a big thing. Totally, Arudinel. I'm not even saying it's a big thing. I'm not in any way saying it's like, I'm not saying it's the biggest thing ever. It was just kind of a cool thing. Oh my gosh. No. Yeah, no, I'm with Triffid. It's celebrate the differences. That's what it's all about. Celebrate the differences. The common elements, the common humanity that we have is plenty of enough we have enough common elements of caring for family, about caring about people. That's a universal thing. But the other stuff about the rest of it, diversity is a positive thing in general. All right, speaking of positivity, I got to fix my camera a little bit, by which I mean fix the light. Hold on just a moment. Okay, good. That was a little over yellowish before. Okay. Good. So with all that said, now that I've talked about how great, how I feel like maybe we have a chance to do something here together as a community, it's time to deal with betrayers with Mask of the Betrayer. Let's make it happen. Yeah, well, listen, and that's, of course, how Reagan conducted most of his own, horrific policies, right? That's funny, though. I mean, funny in kind of a, oh God, why sort of way. All right. Okay. Nice segue. Oh man, but this is a game, right, Triffid? It's not. The reality is we can be better than the betrayers of the. That's the deal. Oh no, I'm no, absolutely, Arunel. Believe me. I was 14 in 86, but I was not dealing with what you're talking about. Okay. Can we? Is that what is that? What is that link? Can we? I don't know what that is. Can that be like banned or something, or just timed out? I don't know what that is. Please and thank you. Thanks. I don't know what it is. But I'm assuming it's, I don't know. Okay. Thanks, Rudno. All right. Let's do it up. Yeah, I don't even know what it is. It may have been all right, but it was just sort of weird. I don't know. Okay, so I just noticed this. Look at this. I didn't see this before. That this has got water on both sides. That's slick. Cool. All right, so far all I know is that there's an angry spirit that sealed this part of the barrow, and we have to destroy the bear skeleton, and we have all this stuff, and we've got to get out of this, like, spirit barrow, basically. And I've got this Wizard of Thay who rescued me, which is already a little troubling because Wizard of Thay. Oh, no, wait a minute. All right, hold on, I got to restart. I got to restart because it's doing the... Sometimes it does that. Yes, I can give you a quick rundown for sure, Bogaris. You wake up. This is my main character for the main campaign. You wake up in the spirit barrow, and I have some kind of strange magical affinity to this place, and I don't know what it is. And this Red Wizard of Thay rescued me, drawn by my magic. Oh, God, what? Shoot, I'm going to have to restart the whole computer. It's okay. Anyway, this Red Wizard of Thay, Sophia rather, came and got me because she was drawn to my magic. And this is Kaji, who's her, like, familiar little demon-type creature imp thing. And that's pretty much all I know so far. It's a high-level campaign, and that's pretty much all I know so far. But okay, I'm going to restart. Fortunately, it's the gaming computer, so I do not have to restart my streaming computer. So yeah, but that's all I know so far. I do know that there's crafting in the game. As you all know, I'm not crazy about crafting, but my understanding is that the crafting, I mean, from what I could tell, the crafting isn't as bad here-ish. So, we'll see. I'm not really planning on it nonstop. I may or may not take a look at it and see, if I want to give it a try at some point. But I really, in the end, I kind of not burned out. I got tired of Kingmaker, Pathfinder Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous. I mean, I know they say that you can automate the kingdom procedures and stuff like that, and maybe that's, but first of all, Kingmaker was very buggy when it first came out. Owlcat did a great job in trying to pick it up, but, it was very buggy to begin with. So starting it early is not appealing. And I'm worried about the fact they say you can automate everything in the kingdom stuff, but that you can't complete some side quests. And the real issue for me is twofold. Number one, I really just want the RPG. I don't care about the kingdom stuff at all. And I worry that it's going to end up being janky the way that Kingmaker was, where if you didn't do the kingdom stuff, yeah, you technically didn't lose the game, but you were constantly getting messages about how stuff wasn't working properly, even though it allegedly was, and it was just all really janky. So maybe they integrated it from the very beginning so it doesn't feel like that with the sequel, but The other problem is that I just don't really love the Pathfinder world. I don't find the Pathfinder world to be that interesting, quite frankly. And so, I know Rob has been playing Pathfinder being like, I can't get my head quite around the rule set. I'm like, well, yeah, it's because it's based on 3.5. And so I don't know. I'm not ruling it out. I'm definitely going to look at it. And, I still could see myself giving it a shot. But I don't know. Gravekeeper. Yeah, Gravekeeper. That was quite something. Hey, what's up, Rock God? Easy, man. First 10 hours? Come on. Okay, yay, it's working. See, it's so strange. Look at that. Just sometimes... See, now it's moving nice and smooth. I don't know. Sometimes it just does that weird thing until I restart the game. I don't know why. Or restart the computer. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I know you were a huge fan of Kingmaker nonstop. I know. And I feel a little bad because I know there are people who really loved it. And I hate to be disappointing. I just, Ooh. Whoa, we got radar, people. We got water design and we got radar. Look, 3 brown dots. All right, let me see. Hi. Hello? Look at this. An original Imiskari Golem. Late Koyun dynasty. Probably one of the last they created. I know something of Ilfarn golems. Is this creature the same? The principles are the same, yes. A golem is a lifeless puppet. A magical force provides the animations. This golem was moved by an earth spirit, though it's gone dormant. It can be... Hold on. Glasses doing weird things. Can be reawakened with the proper techniques. What techniques are those? It's funny, Rockon. Motivation by way of opposition. If presented with a sufficient threat, a spirit can be roused from its slumber. How do you know it won't attack us? Spirits are forgetful things. 2,000 years is more than enough time for a spirit to forget whatever commands it was given. Alright. Alright, Kaji, fetch those spirit jars. There's a good beast. Yes, mistress. Inside these jars are spirits of elemental air. I place them here and here. That should wake it up. Seems docile. Let's try our new friend against the barrow spirits. Be aware that the forces keeping that golem moving are bound to the burrow. When we reach the surface, the spirit will be freed and the golem will fall dormant again. The golem isn't as strong as it should be. The spirit inside must be weak. If we had a rejuvenating salve, that might restore its strength. Alright, where would we find some? Have to mix it ourselves. Most of the ingredients are here, but we'd need hellfire coal to give the salve its potency. It's possible we could find some in one of the other rooms. Once we mix the salve, it's only a matter of applying it to the golem. Alright. Hellfire coal. If you're not skilled in alchemy, it'd be best if I mix the salve. Any mistakes could cause quite an explosion. Okay, that's fine. Fine with me. Alright, so we got a golem. Sup, golem? Ooh, look at that guy. Alright, chat. We need a name for him. What's the name of our Imskari golem? Yeah, no word on the test result yet, Shadow? Boris. I like that, Dirty Dexter. Boris. Gunthar is good too. Breadsley? You mean Beardsley? Bob. I'm gonna stay with Boris, although Beardsley is solid. Boris sounds like up my alley here. Can we get another one? Can we get Boris the second?
I am listening.
Oh, we can't get a whole army of golems? Alright, well. Alright, follow me. Oh. Boris. Panda because he's stoned. Oh, cute. Rudenell. Yeah. It's so funny. I didn't realize that whole bit until he's a good dude though. But yeah, I was like, oh, okay, so that's how we do things here. All right, here we go. Animated daggers. What? I'm being attacked by animated daggers. I'm out of ammo. That's bad. I thought I got more ammo. Well, crap. Alright, short sword +3. What? Why can't I use this? Oh, because... the heck? There we go. Are we hitting this thing at all? Okay, a little bit. Badly wounded. All right. Oh, thank you. I missed, for some reason that didn't... Yeah, I don't know why my notifications are on, but it didn't come up. Thank you very much, CQ, for giving a gift sub to Dirty Dexter. Yeah, I saw that, Commander Dunn. So do you think they got the point? I thought they were a little edgy. But in the end, I cut them down to size. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Configuration Queen. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Ouch is right. The tier 3 sub from Arudinel. Thank you, Arudinel. Wow, tier 3, man. 31 months. It is hard to believe, Arudinel. 31 months. Holy cow. That's only 5 months short of 3 years of support. Thank you, Arudinel, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Always a pleasure. Locked. Okay, well, that's not locked. Ooh. Yes, yes. I just ran out of arrows, but not for long. All right. Could you identify all these for me, please? What the hell is all this? Based on their lousy tactics, they didn't seem too sharp. Oh, man.
Come this way.
I see what you did there. Arrow +1. Yes, I will happily take that. Oh, that's who has these things. Listening. I was like, what? Oh my goodness, something else just happened. Shadowed Mage, gifted. Whoa. Wait, I can't see. There were too many subs. Too many gift subs. There we go. Shadow Mage has gifted 3 subs. Thank you. 40 subs gifted in the channel from Shadow Mage. Thank you. A sub to JLC, who of course is amazing. Good to see you, JLC. Thank you, Shadow Mage, for that. A tier 1 sub to PKD Fan. 6 months for PKD Fan now. The new glorious new sub badge you're getting for that PKD Fan. And Far Neighbor, subscribed for 4 months. Thank you very much. And we got a hype train, right? All right, well, that means I got to pop up my little window to see this hype train. Thank you very much for that. Seriously, Shadowed. Thank you, Configuration Queen. Thank you, Rudinel. Thank you, everybody, for that. And we have a hype train now. We got a hype train of... Yes, we are 50... We're level 3. We're 52% away from hitting our next set. We're up to 76%, actually. So that is no joke. I will keep that up to take a look at that as we continue. Thank you, everybody. Such lovely people. Okay. I am very happy also that we have a... We've got some other stuff there too. Okay. Bolt, bullet, bolt. Okay, well, none of that really helps because I don't have a crossbow. But... Oh, we do have an arrow of detonation. Okay, well that is useful. For sure.
I am listening.
I am listening. Alright, good stuff. The breastplate of hidden imps. Arudinel has gifted a sub to Arnold's community. 100% hype train. We have arrived at tier something else. Thank you, Arudinel, for giving a gift sub to Comrade Komocap. I appreciate that. Level 3 hype complete. Look at that. Look at that level 3 hype complete. Now we're at level 4. Thank you, Rudinel. Thank you so much, everyone. It's so kind of you. Okay, +6. Ast immunity, 10% immunity bonus. AC bonus +6. Ooh, it's better, but... Yeah, but the spell resistance on that, though... Oh, maximum dexterity bonus, none. That's interesting. Oh, man, the spell resistance is nice, but... Oh, and you're immune to poison? And 10% immunity? Wow. Plus 6 AC, 10% acid immunity, and immune to poison. I mean, that's awfully good. That's really, really good. That's awfully good. Man, another longbow. I already have a good longbow.
Yes.
What's up, Sparkly? Is this Oku? I don't even know what that is. What does that mean? Oh, composite longbow plus 3. No, I think chill wind is better, isn't it? Yeah, it's plus 3, mighty plus 5. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I don't have a pack mule that I can have sell all my stuff yet, but...
Yes?
Follow me and quickly.
Okay. Whoa. Look at this. This is a new thing. This is a safe place to rest. Set up camp and rest for 8 hours, or wait here until dusk. So you don't just do the kneel down and rest. Interesting. Okay. Oh, the bear god. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we beat him. Nice. And here's the Hellfire Powder. Alright, good. Before I go any further, we're going to go back and fix up our golem. Alright, everyone get in here. Come on, golem. Let's go, Boris.
We're making progress toward the surface. It shouldn't be much farther. How are you faring? I trust your limbs are no longer numb.
Takes more than bleeding chest wounds and binding runes to slow me down. Last time I hurt this much, an army of the Walking Dead was involved.
Paralyzing forces can render muscles sore for days, but the pain will subside in time. I'm more worried about that wound in your chest.
I made a lot of enemies in Neverwinter that don't know who would want to cut me open and not kill me.
Neverwinter? This country, Rashomon, is countless leagues east of the Sword Coast. Unless you've lost months of your memory, you no doubt arrived here by means of magic. When we're free of this barrow, we can look for clues as to how you got here and why.
Are you going to give me the full story on why you came to get me?
I was tasked with seeing you safely out of this barrow. Now, if you don't mind, let's keep moving.
Yes, but who sent you?
I'm guessing you rarely settle for half the facts.
That's correct.
That's a good trait to have.
Good.
A powerful wizard at my academy, my mother, actually, told me you'd be here and ordered me to find you. My instructions were rather brief and given in haste. Trust me when I say I knew only that you'd be here and likely be incapacitated. As for why, well, that's something we'd both like to know. The longer we stand idle, the more spirits rouse to our presence. We need to keep moving. We can discuss this matter more when there's open sky above our heads.
So, we have received our level 3 hype train emote, which was really cool. And I should have mentioned, by the way, again, thank you all who made that. 47 gift subs from Arudinel over the course of time. So, I love it. Thank you all for doing that. And I should say, by the way, that it is September this month. So it is 20% off, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to gift subs. It's also 20% off getting new subs, subscribing for the first time. And so September is upon us. So now is the time to do any of that. So you got a little bit of that way. And you got the cool doggo. Yeah, you did get cozy doggo. That is pretty good. That's a pretty good one, actually. That's not bad. So anyway, thank you everybody so much. That was really, really cool. Really good way to start out the month. Thank you. Okay. So, now the only issue is, what did she say I needed to... Whoops. All right, let me just, I'm just going to reload that. That was, apparently I am not the alchemy guy. Let's do that again. Yes. You successfully created a vial of rejuvenation salve. It should be able to restore your Imskari Golem somewhat. Alright, how do I...
Yes?
Yes.
We're making progress toward the surface. It should... Agreed.
Alright, that's not it. How do I use this rejuvenation salve thing? Can I give this maybe I just give it to him? Because he does have an inventory. Cannot use that item. Okay. How do I... Can't use that item.
I am listening.
Just move off the spot, please. Okay.
Follow me and quickly.
How do I use this thing? Man. How do I do this? Instead of a healing kit. Does anyone know, Sparkly, do you know how I give the salve to Boris here, my golem? How do I do that?
Yes.
Because, like, I don't know how... Oh, there we go. I got it. Apply the rejuvenation salve. He just, like, flexes. Yeah, alright. How you doing now? How you doing now? Alright, he's got a strength of 23. His dex is 9. Charisma is 1. Alright, well, listen, Boris isn't about talking to people, you know? But a 23 strength, I will certainly take that. Okay.
Follow me and quickly.
So there we go. All right. All right. Guess I'm going to keep moving, although I am tempted. I am tempted to rest up there. Okay. Ow. Unfortunate. Imskari Rod. Rods are one of the Imskari's Empire's primary tools in its never-ending battle against all things divine or druidic. Most of these ancient rods are now lost to the ages. This one is particularly bad shape. It's visibly cracked along the length of its shaft, and there's an odd sense the rod is alive somehow. Greater dispelling 3 uses a day. Okay. Ooh. I thought I was just going to be opening it up, and that was going to be that. I thought there was just going to be... Didn't know there'd be weapons there. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Right. So, rod, greater dispelling. I guess I'll leave this off for now. Oh, no, that's not what I was doing. I was having you... Mage Protector. Meant for the elite warriors of the Imascari, the primary job of these massive shields wasn't just to protect its user, but the Imascari artificer or mage right that they had been assigned to protect, and beyond this, to have the user protect without question. Though the civilization that forged these shields has since vanished from the face of Faerun, they bear a striking resemblance to shields used by another mageocracy, the Red Wizards of Thay. Plus 5 AC, plus 4 intelligence, plus 6 strength, or minus 4 intelligence, plus 6 strength, plus 4 to mind affecting. That's cool. I'm not great about the minus 4 hit. Can you use this? I can't.
I am listening.
I can't use it either. All right, well.
Come this way.
Super exciting. Belt of Frost Giant Strength. I can certainly use that, though.
Yes.
Yes! Strength plus 4. It's also plus 4.
Yes.
I'm just curious. What's your strength before this? Strength 9. But no longer. Strength 13. Elemental's Ruin. Elementals have no vital spots to strike and take no more damage from a surprise attack or devastating blow than they normally would, unless they are struck in such a manner by this rapier. The wielder of this weapon is able to bypass an elemental's physical invulnerabilities on occasion to strike at its very essences, inflicting extra damage where no other weapon can. Rumor has it that the various elemental lords, normally bitterly opposed to one another, are quite united in their desire to see this weapon destroyed. 1d6 damage, 1820 times 2. Elemental's Ruin. Plus 5 versus elemental, plus 3 overall. Keen. Wow. Alright.
Follow me and quickly.
That is a good weapon to have. I got a lot of options when I eventually get out of here. Alright. Okay, is that everything? I think that's the forges, so I think that's it for here. Which means that we have one other place, which is, I think, the library, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Crit on an 1820, yep. Which is pretty nice. Although the problem is, it's nice, but obviously, as you all know, Arvin is built as a ranged guy, so I'm going to need another Kelgar, basically, with me. And this golem isn't going to stay with us beyond this barrow, so. Alright, so we left here. Now we got to go up to the library, which I don't think we went to yet. Okay, up we go. I'll tell you what, you know, D&D, these games, I was going to set this up for our continuing. These games always figure out a way to get one hell of a motley crew. Here's me. Here's Bruno, my bear. Here's Boris, my random golem. Safiya, Red Wizard of Thay, and Kaji, her imp companion. Interesting, so this says this is a somewhat dangerous place to rest. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna keep on rolling. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, I already did the library, didn't I? I already did the library. Yes, I did. Alright, well, you know what? Can I rest here? Safe place to rest. Let's do it. Eight hours have passed. So no more kneel to rest. Okay, well, listen. So we did that. So... So now I guess we just go back to that sealed passage. So you remember that there was one... I don't know if it was the dragon or something. There's something up here that was, like, threatened to do something to me, and I don't remember exactly what it was. It's been a few weeks, so... Brandon, what's up, my friend? How are you doing, Rising Tides? The greatest of all tithes. Hey, have any of you typed in lately exclamation point tentacle to see one of the better poetry books you're going to read and best poetry book that I've read in 2021? If not, you should do so, because this book is freaking badass. It is super good, and you should check it out because his work is super good. And no, seriously, I've talked with Brandon about this off stream. I will just mention to all of you. As many of you know, my father ran a poetry press for many years, and called Singular Speech Press. And in fact, sitting right now in my undereaves over here are all the remaining poetry books that the press produced, which at some point I may think about figuring out a way to get those back up and available again. The problem is tracking. I don't think my father had a royalty deal set up or anything, so I need to figure out, I don't know, I need to figure out how that gets managed. Anyway, but this is a book which would 100% have been, this is a poet and a book that my father would 100% have loved and admired and respected and said should be published, and would have published himself if that opportunity had been available to him at the time. And my dad's press was one that Richard Wilbur, did blurbs for, XJ Kennedy. A lot of poets, wrote about Louise Gluck. A lot of people wrote about and were, admiring my father's work, because my dad did a great job of that press. It's a small press, but it was one that had a kind of a good rep. And this book would 100% have been in that category. So it's just super good. So anyway. Yes, and Garlic Tofu and I have been going back and forth. Well, thanks, dude. Yeah, I just, it's so good. I've often said that for me, poetry works so well when it surprises at the same time that it seems inevitable. So that you read something and you go, wow, and then you go, but of course. Right? And it's great because you can't imagine any other way that it could have been written, but you would never have anticipated it being written or being produced in that way. It's just very good work. Very, very, very good work. Okay. Yes. Terminal of the barrier is created. This dirt is fresh, but it's unnaturally firm. There's a mind, an intelligence molding the earth, holding the barrier together. Whatever it is, it's close, probably in those bones. A Mascari rod. Barrier crumbles. A moment later, the Mascari rod quivers, then shatters.
The rod broke, no doubt because you misused it. Am I correct?
I didn't misuse it. It had a crack when I found it.
Impossible. The craftsmanship was perfect, and I would never have dared to bind my essence to a flawed creation.
Who are you?
I am High Artificer Marek of Inopras, loyal servant of the Purple Emperor, and you, it seems, are a thief. Explain yourself, thief. How did one such as you come into possession of the rod? How did you defeat the wards in my tower?
We're not in Inopras. I found the rod in the ruins below this barrow.
Ruins? Barrow, enough of this nonsense. I must return to my tower and resume my work.
How do you know your tower is still standing?
Of course it still stands. I built it myself after all.
Aw. I was hoping to hang out with a lich. Just be like, yo, Lich, oh. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. You killed Bruno! I have to summon him again! Wow, he hasn't touched Boris at all. Man, that's too bad. New soul who does. You haven't. So you wait. You haven't gotten your book yet? Oh my god. That see. I am sorry you're dealing with that, and I'm only smiling because I have been there. Oh, have I been there with works that I was like, okay, everyone else has their stuff. I don't have my stuff yet. Man, that's it's listen. It's great work. You already know that, but it looks good too. It's good stuff. Also, and not only is the poetry good, there's a really cool author's note at the end as well that is very, very neat. Just very, very slick. Upper Barrow. Okay. Doesn't look remotely dangerous. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi. That's bad. Okay, I need to have my golem go first. Ow. Woo! Yeah, okay. Yeah, so from now on, we're going to have the golem go first. What's up, Pippo? Yes. My first class was yesterday. First set of classes were yesterday. Yeah, it's funny, too, because this is the thing. I don't really think of it as starting officially until next week. Because I go back, like, we start, I introduce we introduce ourselves to each other. There's always a couple of kids who come in, a couple of kids who go out, whatever. But it's usually somewhere around that number that I have. And then, I distribute the syllabi, we talk about the class, and then we really get started with the reading and with the, the main course stuff. Really get started in the second class, and because of Labor Day in the States, we're immediately off again on Monday. So I'm like, why don't you just start on Thursday? Like, they're allergic to starting, in September, like, as God intended, although technically we did start on September 2nd. So yes, my first day was yesterday, but things really get cracking next week on Thursday, so. Yeah, well. Oh, that's awesome. Well, especially because, I mean, in Trinidad, the incredibly rich history, literary history in Trinidad, is another reason that I can imagine, not only just as your home, obviously, but just the richness of that place, to be the Edward Brathwaites of the world and many others, Walcott, although Walcott, left and came back, whatever, and all that. I can just imagine too that there's some great excitement about having that aspect of things also. So that's really awesome. And I was going to say something else about that too. What was I going to say about that? About the to drop stuff at your favorite bookstore. I forget what I was going to mention. No, I can't remember. I'll have to think about it at some other point. Holy cow, Slanderbot. Oh, really, Hippo? Slanderbot, it has been a minute. My heavens. I have not seen you. It's got to be a year or two. It's got to be a couple years, right, Slander? Slanderbot is one of the old guard from my days back in when I first started streaming, and I got involved in Twitch in late 2011, early 2012. It's good to see you, Slander. I hope everything's all right, man. How have you been? I have not seen you in forever. Badger, 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 badger. Now Wolverine, Wolverine. Yeah, Labor Day, which I hope gets, you know, Memorial Day always gets a ton of attention, but listen, Labor Day, the workers, and helping out the workers, and admiring what the workers did is hugely important, let's be clear. Do you have any healing spells?
Yes.
How about you? Do you have any healing spells? Oh, I didn't realize that. Here. Nope, she's all offensive spells, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah. But no, seriously, it's cool to have you entered into, you know, beginning to enter into that pantheon of great Trinidadian writers, Brandon. Seriously. Yeah, man, back in the day, Slander, right? Catabasis
Yes.
and the whole crew. I have seen some of the old crew around. Trollzor Bait, you probably remember. I've seen. I actually did talk to Kata probably about a year and a half ago, a little bit. So a few of those people. L to Play, I see once in a while. So there's a few of the old crew that I see around. But a lot of folks I have not. I haven't talked to Xanos in years and years, and I often wonder how he's doing. Zyron, Blue,
Yes.
Little bit, but not too much. I do actually see our Polar has been around, was around in the Catabasis days, and I do see our Polar quite a bit around here. So he's great. He's doing fine. But oh, this is bad. Oof. I love the slam when it hits into things. I am up to some Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. Yeah, this is Mask of the Betrayer, which I've never actually played before, so I'm having fun with that. We do a lot of tabletop on the stream. A lot of tabletop, so I do a lot of that. And over on GOG, where I do some streaming, I've been playing Solasta, which is Solasta, which is also really, really cool. I'm really enjoying Solasta a lot. So yeah, I've been keeping on, you know. We do various little special events here and things like that. And, you know, I'm an affiliate. I would love to get partnered. You know, I think the community and I think we deserve it. But, you know, that's not up to me, right? It's the powers that be, so to speak.
You.
Okay. Duskwood Longbow. Mighty +6. Weight reduction, 60% of weight. That Mighty +6 is pretty nice, but it doesn't override. Yeah, I have +5, but this is +3 and +5 and cold 1d6, so it's not as good. However, I'll bet that's pretty good.
Yes?
It is an amulet of unyielding will. Spell immunity. Charm monster, charm person, dominate monster, dominate person, and AC +5 versus Fae. Created by the ancient Bear King Jalek as protection against the powers of the evil Dryads of the Ark Forest. With their major abilities nullified, most of the Dryads easily fell before Jalek's vengeful onslaught. Yes, I have been actually, I'm almost up to my 300th episode. I've been streaming for them for 4 or 5 years, actually, as well, Slander. What have you been doing with yourself, by the way? How have you been keeping yourself lately? How's things on your end? Fire arrows, that might be useful. I've got 26 + 1 arrows left. Haha, well. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. But I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Thank you, Rise and Ties. I appreciate that. I think we deserve it because of the community that we've built here, and I think that this is the best community on Twitch, as I've said many times. That looks a lot like something here, but doesn't seem to be, so never mind. That up there is probably the exit from the barrow. But because I'm an RPGer, I'm going to check those other things. Stress on the family of recent events, especially family or medical workers. Oh my god, yeah, of course. You know, we have other people in here. JLC, who I don't know if JLC is still here, but JLC, who comes in quite a bit, it works at a pharmacy. And obviously they've been, you know, dealing with stuff in terms of drug distribution and the like with this stuff. We have other folks here who I've dealt with who are nurses and things like that. And yes, I cannot say enough about how grateful I am, and I know a lot of people are, for medical professionals who have, you know, tirelessly treated people, including those who frankly don't deserve it, who, you know, the ones who refuse to get vaccinated, and etc. So yeah, stress is, I can only imagine. What is going on? Would you stop rubber banding, please? Stress is, I can only imagine how difficult the stress must be for folks who are dealing with that. So the only thing I'll say is, you know, I as time goes on, there are more, you know, people that are gradually getting vaccinated. It's just, it should be much faster, and in the meantime, I mean, I can only imagine what people are going through with medical situations, and also immunocompromised too, but people who are the healthcare workers are on the front lines, obviously, so. Oh my god, really, Slander? Yeah, absolutely. I am really sorry to hear that, dude. But yes, as Triffett said, I mean, you know, there is part of what we can do here is we can provide a place for community and people who genuinely care about each other, and we can also sometimes provide a sense of, like, when the world seems insane, you know, a place where people can feel like they can just relax, you know, unclench for a little bit. And so that's what we try to do here. But I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that kind of thing begins to pass sooner rather than later. +1 arrows are gone. Just struck me, one of the reasons I'm blowing through arrows like they're going out of style is because I sometimes shoot 2 in a round. So that's why. Alright. Another Bear King. Aw, thanks, Rudnell. Thank you, Rudnell. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the community, Slander. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Rudnell. It's very kind of you. That's what I mean. I mean, that's literally what I mean. Right there is what I mean. Yeah, September, but still, it's very much appreciated though. Oh, he's finally hit his weight limit. Shroud of the Leopard. The power of a Telthor has been infused into this well-worn armor. Even just touching it gives you a mental picture of a great Rashemi snow leopard crouched and ready to spring. +5 AC, +8 listen, spot, greater cat's grace, 3 uses per day. Well, this is basically more rogue armor. Yeah. Alright, well... Alright, I'm going to give the stuff that I can't use to her because... Actually, wait, you have an amulet of unyielding will, right? Alright. What the heck is the amulet that I have right now? Chandra's Pendant. Oh, yes, +4 AC, +10 hit points, saving throws, +3 universal, +10 hit points. Yeah, this basically... This is all better.
Yes?
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Well, listen. Like I said to my students right now, like, good people are good people, and I get it, you know? I absolutely get it. You know, I haven't been through what you've described to me, but I get that everyone's got their own story. I mean, and, you know. And honestly, I'm able to listen to my community about that too. You know, the respect that the community has for folks like you really dictates a lot of, you know, the way that I'm able to act with people because... Tumble, tumble, tumble. Thank you. Because they know the drill, so... Oh my god, someone just cast Meteor Swarm, I think. Level up, good. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Exactly, Rock God, yeah. No, we have a lot of good people here, and, so...
Yes.
Okay. Right. So... So what is this thing again? 8 brilliant can be made into a pristine. Alright. 2 volatile... 8 volatile fire essences can be combined into 1 brilliant. Okay. So Shaper's Limbic, right. Okay. Okay, I don't know what Pristine does yet. I know the group got not to that level, but... there's no capital, though. It's no capital. It's, except for the H. The H is capitaled. It's just lowercase, all, A-R-V-A-N-E. Right, but one word, though. We're close. You're close. It's almost there. There it is. Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. Yeah, I see. Yeah, what Rising Tides did. Yeah, sorry, I got you. Cool. All right. Oh, you need to level up. I will level you up. Even though I don't even know if you're sticking with me for a while, but... Yeah. Okay. Spellcraft, for sure. I want your concentration up there. Craft alchemy, because that's obviously going to be important. I guess craft weapon. Let's throw another one into heal. I can't. What? I guess I'm maxed out on that for class. I'm not going to have any more intimidate. So, all right. A new feat. Got combat and practice spellcaster. Spell focus. Combat casting. I want to know if there's like skill penetration, but or spell penetration, but I think I already have that. I think. Okay. Here we go. Here we get to these like crazy deals here. Shape change could be very useful in certain circumstances. I get one more of those. Asshole monster. Could be useful. Good, lovely. All right, let's have you resummon. You're familiar, please. Welcome back.
Follow me and quickly.
Okay. It's an airbender. I know, I was thinking about that. Have I played Pathfinder? Do you mean the tabletop version, Brandon, or Rising Tides, or do you mean the CRPG? Ow. That's right, I resisted. And I do it again. The tabletop. I have played a little bit of it. And of course I also played, although I never DM'd it, but I played 3.5 on which Pathfinder was based. So I have played it a little bit. But I emphasize a little bit. Telthor leg bone. The leg bone's connected to the other leg bone. Is the leg bone of a powerful animal later became a Telthor. Appears to have absorbed some of the supernatural essence of the barrow, allowing its wielder to go ethereal once per day, as per the ethereal jaunt spell. That's useful. +4 is nice too as a club. Hide armor, okay, whatever. That's not, I don't care about that. It's cool. I don't think I want him using that, but it was less than exciting. But all right, now we got this big room coming up, which I bet is going to be the big you're not getting out of this barrow room. If I had to guess. So yes, I have. Stop it. Leave me alone. Not here and not now. What's wrong? Are you all right? Thank you, but it's nothing. Look, the tunnel's angling upward. We're nearing the exit. I passed through a chamber on my way in. There were bones. Bones of a great bear atop a carved stone. The Rishemi say a god dwells in this place. An angry bear god who rules the barrow. Rishemi tales are colorful, but they're always true in part. Be on your guard. Alright, well, before I'm on my guard, let me just talk to you. Yes. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Listening.
Let's be on our way. The longer we stand idle, the greater the chance that the spirits will find us.
Thank you for the follow, Kildry. So yes, I have a little bit, but I have not DM'd it. Why do you ask, Rising Ties? Yeah, I've already won the main campaign, but I've never played the Mask of the Betrayer, which I'm playing now. So I am excited. Why not have? I guess I don't. Alright, actually this is worth casting right now. 60 seconds per level. Okay. Oh, just back here waiting to stab you. Yeah, you know, I can't get a read on her yet, Arudnell. Obviously, the Red Wizards are not to be trusted, but I don't know whether there's... I don't know. I'm curious as to whether maybe this is one of those redemption arc deals. Oh, God. Look at this. That's Oku. Look at that. That dude's cool. Look at that. That's awesome. Hi.
What stirs the air and smells so foul?
It's Tren.
Go back. Die in the silence and the dark. I'm tired and ill of temper.
That's interesting. Oh, good camera work as usual. Yeah, I know, right? No, seriously. Just before I go on. So, they haven't actually played it yet. Yeah, I mean... You know, I don't particularly care for Pathfinder, mostly because I didn't like 3.5 either. You know, my feeling was I DM'd first, second, third, and then I played like in, I think basically I played a little bit in 3.5, and I was like, I thought 3.5 did too much. It was too crunchy. It was too bloated. The stuff with everything with multi-classing and the way they managed, like it was just out of control. And so I think I 4th edition, I don't particularly care. Well, 4th edition I think is a good game. I just don't think it's particularly D&D-ish. Although there's been a definite sort of, I think there's been a little bit of a kind of a backlash against that belief from people who think that 4E really is pretty good. And, you know, like I think 4E had some good things to recommend it, but having played and DM'd it quite a bit, I think 4E just tried to change things too much, but it was a reaction to 3.5. And now 5th edition I like a lot, and I still think it's the best edition of D&D that they've made to date. But 3.5 basically then got picked up by people who wanted to continue to play 3.5, and so I'm like, eh. And also the Pathfinder lore, to be perfectly frank, doesn't super grab me. You know, I mean, it's fine, but it isn't, you know, that interesting to me. Although I will say that the Pathfinder card game, the adventure card game, which was designed by Mike Selinker, and I actually have the full set here, and they also have an Android version, and I wish they would do that for other later sets. That is pretty cool, and I actually really enjoyed the way that was put together, but that's because I really liked the storytelling and especially the mechanics of that game, and I would have liked the mechanics and storytelling of that game if it was set in, you know, Faerun, right? Or if it was set in, you know, my world, in the Grey Shades universe, you know, whatever. Like, I would have preferred it in any world. It was the mechanic and story and the sort of design that I appreciated, not so much the lore. So I'm kind of about the lore, and the system is just one that I don't particularly love. So that's me. Right, and that's what they were going for. I think that they made a mistake in that they thought that the MMO was their real threat. That was the real competition. So they basically tried to make a D&D system that was an MMO. And the problem with that is they didn't realize that a lot of people who played MMOs would also like to play D&D, having nothing to do with having it be like an MMO. Like, it was never going to be WoW, you know? And it doesn't have to be, because WoW can't be D&D either. And, you know, so making it into something that it wasn't, I think, was an error that I think they corrected. Although, again, I do think there were some good things that came out of 4E. But for my money, too slow paced, especially in combat. It took way too long. Like, I've basically been able to get campaigns over a couple of years from 1 all the way to like 15. We played Strahd, Curse of Strahd, for 2.5 years, I think it was. And during that time, we basically finished that campaign with them at about level 10 or 11. Tyranny of Dragons took us about 3 to 3.5 years, and by the time they were done with that, they were at level 15 or 16, after Palace of the Red Pasha 16. That would have taken me like 6 or 7 years in 4E. It's just much slower to run. So, you know, for me. But anyway, so, and again, I certainly know a number of people that like Pathfinder, but I just, for my money, not as much. Ah, I see what you're saying. Well, listen, and I mean, I also know a lot of good writers that wrote within that world. You know, Dave Gross, Chris Jackson, Aaron Rosenberg, I think, wrote in Pathfinder a little bit. So I know some people that wrote in Pathfinder that are good writers, that are very good quality writers. As far as Starfinder is concerned, that's basically Pathfinder in space. So if you like Pathfinder, that's awesome. For me, I've got Espergenesis, which I adore. So that's you know, that's my jam for space stuff. I agree, Hippo, and I think they've never really been able to figure that out until they got basically the rise of Roll20, and then D&D Beyond has helped them and stuff like that, but it took them a while to get that kind of setup. Yeah. Okay, so... Great Bear God, we have not come to fight, but to honor you.
Good. Then you may honor me with your blood and meat. Would that I were mortal still. I would share the bounty with all my court. I know what you are, little one. I smell the hunger that wakes in you.
I don't care what you smell. You will not have him.
What do you care, Thayan? I know your kind.
This bear is so cool.
Love your own lives above
Even though he
all
wants to eat
else.
me.
You don't know me, but I know your kind. I know that your present form, for all its color, is only a shadow of your true self. And I've shaped and bound far greater things than you.
And I smell a wild storm in you, Thayan. Does your ally know the secrets you hide? Grief and confusion
Yes, sweetheart?
beyond measure. And something more.
Okay, good night, my love.
Enough
Love you.
words.
I'm happy that your
By
wall's
the
looking
oath
good.
I swore, neither of you will
Sleep
leave
over.
my den.
Well, great. Oh boy, okay. Wait a second. Where's my detonation arrows at? What? Did I use them already? Maybe I used them already.
You shall soon trouble.
Alright, I hope that my golem can hold him for a bit, because I gotta... Okay, I need you to do something more effective than what you're doing right now.
Thrice cursed shadow.
Okay. That one dude is stuck there. And, okay. Okay. Alright. I'm out of ammo. That's bad. That's not a good thing to be out of ammo. Okay. Elemental's Ruin. And where's my shield at? Shield is still not working and I don't know why. Critical hit. Come on, we almost got him. Come on. You got him. He's near death. Yes! Woo! Man. All my ammo, everything gone, but we got him. That was interesting. I have Cure Light Wounds. Let me help you out. That accomplished practically nothing. Yeah, the spirit that was stuck back there I noticed, but I was already dealing with so much stuff. I'm like, you know what? Let him just say stuck on the environment. First try, by the way, chat. You know, y'all notice that? First try. The Golem did serious work there. He held Oku in place for a long time while I was dealing with all the ads. So. That's funny, right now. Okay. Volatile Earth Essence. No arrows left, but I did what I needed to do. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That was big. That was big. Look at these totems. Super cool. Well, remember, I've got, like, I've got serious dexterity, though. Sparkly. I have 27 dex. Although, I guess, although no, because knockdown will be on strength, right? 14. I don't know. I'm not sure. Axe of the Bear King. A gift from the witches of Rashomon to Oku. The craftsmanship of this iron great axe is crude, but its power is undeniable. Due to the fact that Oku or any of the bear spirits is incapable of wielding weapons, the axe is most likely a type of ceremonial offering. 1d6 electrical plus 4 and keen. Yeah, strength. So, it is strength. I don't know. I'm not sure why. I mean, she got knocked down a bunch. See, one of the things is, remember, Sparkly, and I saw, actually, now that I think of it, Boris here got knocked down a bunch, too. Remember that he didn't actually get to me until after I had already taken out most of the ads, and he was already very hurt by the time he arrived to deal with me. So that was one thing that helped. No, it is strength. Knockdown is strength, but yeah, like, it worked out. And we're out. Sorry, Boris. Wish I could take you. These caves are the burial ground for a clan of Paragon bears and the beasts who once served them. They are dug into a great earthen mound which rises above the ruins of an ancient Emiskari outpost. Alright, well, we're going to Mulsantir, the city gate. The gates of Mulsantir rise above a marshy lowland. A prominent east-west trade route, the Golden Way, passes into this city at this location. Alright, sounds like a plan. Oh, did you? Nice,
Just ahead of
Rudnell.
us stand the gates of Mulsantir. You've been eviscerated, paralyzed, assaulted by spirits, and subjected to countless leagues of walking. How are you feeling?
Great. Sometimes it's a little weird just having Kaji right there being like, okay, easy. Right, Blackberry Bear? Blackberry Bear, I am shocked that you want a bear totem in your room, Blackberry Bear. I can't imagine why you would... Despite the rude awakening and raging bear spirits, I'm well.
Your resilience is admirable. Hopefully you have the energy for one more task before we find you some long overdue rest.
Look at my golem. He's
I've
just
brought you here to
there
speak
in
with
front of me.
Leanna. She'll hopefully know what happened to you in the barrow, and why.
You've mentioned Leanna before. Who is she?
Leanna is an associate of my mother, or so I've gathered. I've never met her or even heard of her until I was tasked to bring you to her.
Ooh, that's pretty cool, Rudnell. Maybe you'll be able to satisfy your curiosity as well as mine.
Whoever Leanna is, we'll soon find out what she knows.
Unless she's trying to attack us.
Though I did send ahead a pair of servants to find her, and they have yet to return.
What sort of servants did you send?
Homunculi, sentient creatures crafted by my magics.
Sort of like me, only they're not as smart or as good looking.
Much like Kaji, only these were more primitive creations. It would not surprise me if they got lost on the way.
What can you tell me about this place?
Rashimon's cold winters and unforgiving landscape have crafted a folk that are, well, amusingly enough, cold and unforgiving. But this is my first encounter with these lands. What little I know is based on rumors of crazed barbarians and the masked witches that rule them.
Masked witches? I'm certainly far from the Sword Coast.
Yes, and the Rishemi are not famous for their hospitality. They are especially distrusting of red wizards.
As they should be.
While we're here, it's best I don't show off my robes.
What about your tattoos? How will you hide them?
Should the locals grow hostile on account of my markings, their fear of red wizards will prove entirely justified. Was there something else?
What happened in the barrow?
Hopefully Leanna can answer that. I was instructed by my mother to retrieve you. She told me little else.
What is your mother... Let's see. Back in the barrow, there was a moment you seemed to be hearing sounds or voices.
I think I need to avoid spirit-infested barrows. The chatter of the dead isn't meant for mortal ears. Let's just keep moving.
Are you sure there's nothing more to it than that?
Nothing more to it? Well, I was in a barrow full of spirits. If ever there was a breeding ground for the inexplicable, we were in it.
What's up, Thorg?
Just a matter of spirits having some fun at the expense of the living. No need for you to interrogate me on the matter.
All right, take it easy. What's your mother have to do with all this?
She merely gave me the task to find you. She did not tell me why. As the headmistress of my academy, she is often too busy for explanations.
Why hasn't your mother contacted you with more information yet?
She has her hands full at the moment. There was a matter of unrest at the academy. Red wizards don't always get along.
I'll bet.
She will contact me when she can. Now, if there's nothing else, I think we should go and find Leanna. These robes display my rank and affiliation as a red wizard, and the locals care very little for my people. As long as we're in Mulsantir, I shouldn't display my red robes. Give me a moment to adjust my attire.
Aha. The new look. All right. Oh, man. My Emiskari Golem. Well, Boris. Rip Boris.
Yes?
Ah, Boris, we hardly knew ye. Okay. Hey, what's up, Coven?
I am listening.
How you doing, man? And I've just leveled up there, too. All right. I cannot wait to get more arrows. This city hopefully will have a lot of things that we can buy because I need that. But first, it's level up time. All right, we are maxed out on Arcane Archer leveling. Neverwinter 9 leveling. Plus 2d6 sneak attack damage is very useful. I'm going to take that. We're going to move on to Ranger. Back to Ranger, I think, next. Okay. Spot. Okay. Dinosaur Companion. So I could actually now get a Dinosaur Companion instead of my Bear Bruno. I'm tempted, but I feel like that's one of those, like, wouldn't this be cool type of deals, which is not really. I don't need rapid reload. I've already got rapid shot, I think. I don't even know why it's giving me that option. Tower shield proficiency, Zen archery. Yeah, no. Nope. All right, epic feat. Yeah, armor skin, epic prowess, epic toughness, great charisma. Oh my god, plus one of their dexterity. All right. Oh my god, Coven. Because they don't have a gallbladder. Eey. Yeah, I'm glad that they were okay. Good lord, Coven. That's scary stuff. Whoops. Goodbye, my golem. Okay, wait. Where am I? Wilson Tier. There we go. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, like, it's one of those it feels like it's one of those vanity things more than anything else, you know? Like, I don't know that it's really going to be helpful. Have we here? A wet and gloomy, most dear day to you, my friend. You did not perchance encounter an army of angry spirits on the road? I don't usually begin conversations this way, but the local shamans aren't usually in such a peak, and my wagon isn't usually mired outside the city gates. An army of angry spirits? Is that common in this land? Only when my livelihood is stuck in a ditch outside the city wall, I assure you. To be truthful, I have no idea. This is a hard country, unkind to foreigners, and I try to keep myself behind as many walls as I can, and bide my time until I return home for the season. You are not from Rushaman? No. I hail from Thesk on the other side of the river to the west. My trade takes me along the Golden Way, but my aversion to death keeps me in Mulsantir. The Golden Way, is that some sort of road? A road, yes, though the sort of road varies along its length, and it never quite deserves its name. The Golden Way connects the west to the far kingdoms of Karatur. Tradesmen like myself ply this road, get our wagons stuck in ruts, and are robbed and murdered, though not always in that order. A few manage to conduct a prosperous trade. I should note that I am not one of them. Till the mud sees fit to release my wagon, I am at your service. Why did you ask me about angry spirits? Because the locals are staying indoors and bolting shut their windows and muttering darkly of an angry beast god. Whatever foreigner stirred up this mess, I do not envy him or her, and I'd counsel him to finish his business in Mulsantir quickly before the witches take notice. Witches? There are witches in this city? Oh yes, you'll know them by their masks and by their uncanny ability to turn up where they are least wanted. Capricious, wrathful, answerable to no one, their whims are law in this mad country. I'm seeking a theater and a woman called Liena. Then Timora smiled twice upon you, for you'll find both within these walls. Pass through these gates and head straight on to the round, ramshackle structure that smells distinctly of garlic and sour wine. You don't approve of this theater? I am a sloop man myself. Amongst the foreigners in this city, you'll discover a completely irrational devotion to one or the other, the Vale or the sloop. Amongst the locals, you'll find an equally irrational disdain for both. The Rashemi are a humorless folk, suspicious of foreign goods and foreign gods. And Liena, she's within? Indeed, and I have never seen her come out. Thank you, friend. You've been a great deal of help. Then a blessing has come of my mired wagon, hopefully the first of many, though I won't place any bets on the matter. Welcome to Mulsantir, my good man. Okay, wait. Trade? You're a merchant. You have goods to trade? To your first question, yes. And I'd be a poor tradesman if I answered no to your second. Weapon isn't going to budge for some time. Keep your prices low and I'll make up for your lost trade. Mud is stubborn, true, but so are Gullen and Vink. And regardless, I always sell my goods for reasonable coin. Alright, well listen, all I really want is for you to buy my stuff with reasonable coin. So that's basically what that's all about. Okay. So, I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. It's going to be good for rogues. That's for spell resistance. Fire.
Yes?
Shoot. Okay, right. So.
Yes.
All right. Let's sell the Ring of Protection +2. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, nice. Okay. True seeing. All right, I want to make sure that I only do that when I'm sure that this is the weapon that I'm keeping. Let's see. A bunch of, like, random magic stuff. What I really need is ammo, and I need a lot of it. I'll take that, too. Give me your potions of healing, please. A lot of this stuff I'm going to give to, Sophia. Basically going to buy this guy out on his magical stuff because okay. I'm going to give her a bunch of this stuff. See what she can use, and then I'm going to buy more stuff for the guy. Oh, the Dinobot. Absolutely. Hello, Embrain.
Come this way.
Yeah, I had a feel. Yeah. I had a feeling. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll sell all that stuff back then. That's fine. Need to give him a bunch of stuff anyway. Yeah, I'll have her keep the quarterstaff. That's $1.25 quarterstaff.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Yeah, chill out, my dude. Got nothing to worry about there. Okay.
I am listening.
Yeah, I'm excited, Embrain, because I've never played Mask of the Betrayer. So this has been a whole new experience. Nice. I look forward to getting that bag of holding. Okay. Now, what else you got? Amulet of the Master. Teresa Jindra was a mage who infiltrated the night masks for the Harpers before she was found drowned in a 2-inch puddle outside her residence. To infiltrate them, Teresa created an amulet that allowed her to mimic the abilities of a master thief. One night she used it to break into the Night King's private quarters. She didn't anticipate the Night King's personal guard, who had a permanent detect magic spell surrounding the room. When the Night King was finished with her, he took the amulet, and since it had qualities useful for any adventurer, he made copies of it, which he sold throughout the land. +6 diplomacy, disable device, lore, open lock, search, and spell resistance 16. That is awfully nice. It's also awfully expensive. I could, although I could get it. You know what? Worth it. Worth it. Sensor of controlling air elementals. Right. Bunch of traps. Greater magic bag. The dude has no ammo. I need to sell one more thing, don't I? Dude has no ammo. Huh. Well. (2d6 + 4 in keen, or 1d6, but +5 + 3. So +4. I don't need everything.
Come this way.
Shoot. All right, like, give this to sell. Oh, I missed some stuff here. This is other stuff for you to sell. I missed some stuff. Okay. I missed some stuff. You know what? I don't like that intelligence drop is, although +6 is really good. +6 strength. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Follow me and
I'm
quickly.
sure, but I want to get that greater bag. That greater holding bag. I walked into a burning wall of fire. Okay. No, you know what? This is nice, but okay. Give me that greater magic bag. Okay. Gonna put your mage protector in there. Gonna put basically all this stuff that I'm not currently using. Put the amulet of the master and the totem. Well, totem I'm not, because the totem... Alright, I'm going to keep out. Alright, good. Much better. Only thing this guy doesn't have is ammo, but since you folks said that he has something out there, that's good.
I greet you.
I greet you.
It's a long day. I could use a drink.
Hello. 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 Oh, the answer's same to both. 5e, Coven. Definitely 5th edition. And I have played in them all, and I've DM'd them all except 3.5. But definitely 5th edition. I think it's the best edition that they have developed. And part of it is because it takes into account much of the other editions, much of what was good about the other editions. It's also the one that was the most extensively play-tested. I did the D&D Next play-test, and they really improved things substantially. It's not perfect, but I think it's very, very good. And I think one of the proofs of that is all of these different systems that are 5e based that have very different feels from each other and yet are still 5e based but feel quite different in tone. As per Genesis, 5e based. The game Beowulf that I've talked about before, 5e based largely. The Adventures of Middle-earth, 5e based, but all very, very different in terms of how they come across. So it's definitely 5e. No, I do not miss tables. I mean, tables are fine, but nah, I do not. Hey, Abstractism, what's going on? It's going well. It's going well. I am entering the city of Mulsantir. Whoa, hello? Oh. That's why I was like, what? I'm entering the city of Mulsantir. The Vale Theater. Here we are in Mulsantir. The Vale and the Mulsantir Bazaar. Ah ha ha. How bizarre. Greetings. That's true, but this is not a table, Hippo. This is a desk. Okay, let's be clear. Thank you very much for the host, Rob. I appreciate it. How you doing, my friend? How is life in the universe and everything? Well, welcome to Mulsantir, Rob. Welcome to Mulsantir. What do we got? Let me talk to this foreigner. I hear they're playing the Fat Wizard's Wench at Sloop. I think I'll save my coin for the Vale's next play. Did you, Abstractism? Yeah, I agree, Coven. All right, Mother Fedora. I'm so tempted to call her Mother Fedora. Welcome to Mulsantir, stranger. You will find us a cautious people, yet friendly if treated well. Have you come here to trade? Yes. Do you have stuff? Ooh, you have stuff. 400 okay. I almost blew out my mic there. 432,000 gold? Are you joking? What is this? After a cursed suit of armor drove the noble Farenath to frenzy and murder, he was cast from the paladinhood of Torm and forced to wander for years, preaching the worship of his deity from town to town. After stumbling upon a dark cult who had infiltrated a nearby temple, Farenath rallied the people to seek the truth about the impostors. Stirred by his passionate orations, a group of villagers marched with him into the temple and fought valiantly against the evil cultists, decimating their forces. Farenath himself was grievously wounded by the cult leader in the battle, but before he passed from the world, a great eagle appeared by his side, healing his wounds and once again gracing him with the power of Torm. His belt, which had been removed to try and treat his wounds, was graced with a fraction of this power, and has remained an example both of Torm's forgiveness and the paladin's steadfast bravery and desire for truth. I want to know what the hell this is doing in some random shop. Belongs in a museum. All right. Plus 4 AC, plus 4 will, plus 8 regen. I mean, plus 8 regen is really good, but man, 400,000 gold is, that's a lot. +2 AC, improved initiative, iron will, toughness, only usable elf, half elf, or king, or that. So do you, yeah. Aramal's Truth. Again, 434,000. Aramal was a man far better known for skill with words and with his sword, smoothly tricking wealthy targets out of their earnings with nearly effortless tales and the aid of several cohorts nearly as skilled with confidence games as he. He, however, was a wretched fighter and knew that one day his luck with words might run out and force him to defend himself with steel. How fortunate, then, that he discovered a blade so ideally suited to protect him. Okay, it's a rapier. +8 AC versus human, +5. Freedom of movement, improved evasion. Okay, it's pretty good. Oh, this is a bargain. Nearly 300,000 gold only. Crafted to be an intelligent weapon who inspired its wielder to acts of stunning bravery and heroism, Sivlem was to be the pinnacle of Master Smith Nevik's work, the finest sword in Om. Indeed, it is a handsome blade, humming quite literally with power and wickedly sharp. But when drawn forth for the first time and commanded to speak, the blade remained silent, and Nevik realized in horror what had happened. The enchantment to grant the item intelligence was added too late, and the plain but serviceable blade he'd made immediately afterwards had inherited the self-awareness meant for its more magnificent sibling. Though Sivlem has still had a glorious history of participating in the doing of great deeds, its vanished twin has crisscrossed the land far more often, skipping from one adventurer to the next and attempting to keep a cheerful outlook, despite its owner's unhappy tendency to either discard it for something more powerful or be slain. So there's like this average sword that's super intelligent, but like has no other ability, and then there's this thing. Move silently -4, +6 enhancement, +2 strength, freedom of movement, keen, and low light. Oh, that's pretty good. Staff of Defense, +2. Heavy crossbow, +3. Bunch of spells. Rod of Thunder and Lightning. Wow, some of this lore. Yep. Kermensch. I mean, I assume it's Excremensch. Excremensch the Destroyer was a kobold chieftain whose tribe laid waste to a vast underdark city of goblin folk with lightning and thunder, uncommon forces in the depths. To this day, goblins terrorize their young with the sounds of drums and flashes of light, telling them that the kobolds are coming with a boomstick to kill bad little goblins and bugbears. This is my boomstick! Oh my god, and then ingots. Who has got the ammo? Good God almighty. Alright. There is, having said that, some good stuff here. And the Staff of Defense... Alright, cool stuff, but... What about you, Azim Kototh? Well met, my friend. Would you be interested in some fine Mulharandi goods? Or perhaps you are a craftsman looking for supplies. Yes, show me what you have for sale. Do you have... Ooh, a Cape of Winter. It's a big old Cape of Winter. Okay, Universal +2, Resistance Cold 10. That's nice. Flamin' Gloves +2. I love the lore on some of this. Oh, that's awful, Thorg. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's terrible. I'm sorry, Thorg. Yeah, I mean, I think many of us have. I've certainly been there. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Okay, known more for his flamboyant personality than his fighting technique, Glass and Moss represented everything most monks hate. He was impulsive, driven to acts of charity, followed by acts of extreme cruelty. He was lustful, talkative, and boastful. Why he became a monk no one really knew, except that he liked to fight with his hands. One night in a drunken brawl, Moss lit his hands on fire. Despite the pain, he was so pleased with the fear in his opponent's eyes, he sought these legendary gloves for the rest of his life. +2 fire damage, +2 fire burst, 2 uses a day. Okay, that's great. That's great. Sacred Hands. Okay, +5. Again, that's good for monks, but... Alright, do you have ammo? Anybody have ammo? Alright, you have piercing arrows. Alright, I mean... Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. All right. There we go. Now, that like down like that. And equip this. And this. There we go. Now we're back. Now we're back in the high life. Bunch of amulets. And a bunch of ingots. Ingot. Oh, hey. What? Oh, okay, because I already... What's going on? Okay, alright, good. It's stacking. That's what I wanted. I was like, what are you doing? Take them all. Take them all! All of the healer's kits, please. Good. Okay. Seven years. She's 14 or 15. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, you're right. 14 or 15 is a good run for a cat, but it doesn't make it any easier to deal with that, obviously. So, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hey. Pardon, Outlander. I have children to feed, and I know nothing of the world beyond our gates. Come on, don't you have any desire to learn? Okay. Anyway, we went to the bazaar. Much better. Now, I guess this theater. Yeah, we're going into the theater. Huzzah! Alright, theater time.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you've got a greater magic weapon here somewhere. There we go. Okay, also, go back up to you.
Quickly.
Illusion, true seeing, +3, +5. Yeah, good. Here we are in Molson Theater. Good. Okay, good night, Triffin. All right, on we go. Hold on. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Good. Okay, time to go into the theater. Whoa. Sophia, the daughter of Nephris here? I should have recognized those two homunculi as your handiwork. What are you doing here? Ah, thank you for the Prime sub, Coven. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the resub. 16 total months. Thank you. What are you doing here? And what did you do to Ipsit and Sephi? We caught them nosing around the theater. The gnolls toyed with them for a while before dismembering them. Your primitive little creations are no more. Sophia, is this a friend of yours? Hardly. He's one of the necromancy students. I don't cavort with the fledgling grave robbers. When I left to find you, my mother was busy taking care of some upstart wizards at the academy. No doubt he's another pawn in this ridiculous coup. Explain yourself, wizard. Don't try to browbeat me. The only thing I fear is Araman's wrath if we let the headmistress' daughter slip away a second time. Well, then you're gonna have to die. Alright. Okay. Time to die, Thayan Knoll. Nice try, big guy. Woo! All right. And now it's this pleasant music. A more timely entrance I've never seen in 40 years of theater. Aliena told us you'd be coming, though she said nothing of slaying red wizards, nor of saving our lives. That red wizard wasn't alone. There's more of them, and they followed Liena into the back rooms. How long ago, and how many of them were there? Not long. I counted 3 or 4 wizards and a handful of their dog-faced brutes. And whatever creatures they may summon to aid them. All for one old woman. Liena's no simple theater matron. She has a secret. A shadow door that leads to a reflection of the veil. She's fled through the shadow door, I'm sure of it. Still, such tricks won't stop red wizards, not for long. Here, take this. It's dangerous to go alone. No. As long as you've got this stone, the shadow door will open for you and you'll be able to follow. A black stone? I've never seen its like. It swallows the light and reflects none. Yes, it's from that other realm on the far side of the portal. Like attracts like, I'd guess. Bring it close to a weak spot between the 2 worlds, and a door opens. At least that's what Liena told me. Quickly now, through the door at the back of the stage. Find Liena's bedroom and go to the back corner by the mirror. As long as you have that stone, you can't miss the door. Alright. By the way, notice, I had 99 arrows in this stack, right? I used 41 arrows in that one fight. Because of how fast I shoot arrows now. So this is why I got all those stacks of +4 arrows, because I blow through them that quickly. So, I hope I get back my D&D cartoon Ranger energy bow, because otherwise I'm gonna need to keep buying me a lot of equipment. I have a little bit, although it was always really hard for me to be able to write with a quill. What an awesome theater. Okay. Here's another one that we're selling.
Come this way.
Red Wizard robes, right? Yeah. A lot of stuff to sell.
Yes.
You look hurt. Something's not right. I told them not now. Why didn't I... My head. Just trying to explain what's going on. Maybe I can help. There's this ringing in my ears and this burning. My skin's burning. No, please don't. Don't what? Are you feeling all right? I thought you were going to try to help me. I was just saying don't bother. I think the pain is subsiding. I'll be fine, really. Please, tell me what happened. Why? It was just a momentary pain. Whatever it was, it's gone. Are you sure you only felt pain and nothing more? No, I heard... When the pain came, I heard a scream, and it wasn't my voice crying out. I sometimes hear voices that are, well, not quite my own, though this is only the second time that the voices have been accompanied by pain. I keep hoping to find some logic to the whispers, but they just come and go without reason. You said this was the second time the voices brought pain? When was the first? It was at the barrow, just before I found you. I thought then that might have been malevolent spirits. What are the voices like? What do they say? They sound human, familiar almost. Quite often the voices are more of a distant haze, but sometimes whole words come across. During my apprenticeship I read from the wrong scroll and, not knowing what I was doing, nearly incinerated myself. Before I could finish the chant, a voice in my head cried out and broke my concentration. It saved my life. I've rambled far too long. We should carry on and find Liena. If others in the academy are seeking her, we may not have much time. Interesting. What are we talking about, Original? I think I missed the opening of this. Ah, we got a couple of bard items. A DOS loot. DOS loot. And a folk... I'm always confused about how to pronounce this. Is it Folklucan? Folklucan? Fochlucan? Fochlucan? Folklucan?
I am listening.
Oh, the one who had you write with quills. Interesting. That's one of those things that I feel like happens in me. Oh, you know what I was going to tell you, Rudnell? If you haven't had a chance to read it, I would recommend you pick up a book. I actually read this to Little Arv during our homeschooling year last year, called The Evil Wizard Smallbone. It is by Delia Sherman, and I think it's really interesting. I think you might find it cool, partly because it's all about this sort of bad wizard, but there's reasons that he, you get the you'll get it when you read it, but it's all set in rural Maine, and it's like very invested with stuff which has resonance for me as someone who's visited Maine a number of times, who obviously grew up in New England, and like, so I a lot of the New England stuff feels right to me, but some of the stuff is very like specific and unique to Maine. And so I wanted to recommend that for you. The Evil Wizard Smallbone, if you get a chance.
This one.
Danger approaches. Be on your guard.
Yep. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Let us attack.
Well, what are you doing? Excuse you. There we go. Yeah, I just thought you would find it interesting. I'm surprised. Actually, you know, I don't know why I didn't think of to mention it before. But it's well done. It's a book which obviously, like, there are elements of things like Lemony Snicket's and stuff like that. But the thing is that I find Lemony Snicket's to be pretty mean-spirited, and I don't. There's certain things like that that I think are sort of trying to recapture the kind of Mary Poppins feel in a way, and they just, it comes across as mean more than anything else. But also, I think, Greater Robe of Eyes. Ah, yes. Search +10, True Seeing. Yeah. But I think that it just, I think that it sort of, it feels right to the area. It feels right to the region. And it's an entertaining book and interesting magically and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I think you might find it of interest. Let's open this in case we need to get out here quickly. Uh-huh. That's the key we needed. What is this? Mask? Oh. Hey! Look at that, people! In his battle to deflect the attentions of the god, Mask is a mighty power, we can save the day. Mask. No. In his battle to deflect the attentions of the god Mask, the drow deity of thievery, Veyrun granted his followers the knowledge to create these helms. These special helms not only mask the faces of his followers, but they make infiltration into enemy camps such as the Church of Mask far easier. With these helms, Veyrun's dedicated followers are some of the most effective and deadly spies in the realm. So, I have right now a Mask of Persuasion, which is +1 charisma, low light yellow, +1 con, +3 diplomacy. This one, though, is +2 charisma, low light yellow, +1 concentration, +5 diplomacy. So yes, please. Hell to the yes with the Mask of Persuasion. Absolutely. Even more persuasive than I was before. Well, the Rudinels you're got to talk about. I mean, the original LL Bean is in Maine, Kennebunkport, Maine, if I'm not mistaken. No, Freeport, Maine, I should say, not Kennebunkport, Freeport. Maine is well known for beautiful rocky coastlines. It's well known for lighthouses, beautiful forests in Maine. Maine's got a lot of stuff to recommend it. It's kind of the most, to me, the most like wild beauty of New England. There's obviously beautiful New England land everywhere, including my home state of Connecticut and Rhode Island and, and Massachusetts and Vermont and New Hampshire, and, they all have it. But Maine, I think, has the most sort of just pure wild beauty. And then there are other eccentricities, which Rudinel would know better than I would. Yeah. Eating lobster until you explode, yep. And Maine, for the most part, tends to be fairly sensible. I mean, occasionally they make some foolish decisions, but for the most part, sensible people. I mean, look, Rudinel lives there. How bad can it be? All right, Leona must have gone through. Let's follow. Okay. We're in the Shadow Realm. Whoa. Wait. Is there another person around here? Woo! All right, get out of there. Everybody get out of here.
I am listening.
I'm glad that I got all these healing kits. What is it that he even cast? Was that... Acid Storm or something? I don't know what it was that he just cast there. It would be a it would mask. Exactly. It would mask the truth of mask. Mask. Keep forgetting I've got all these imbue arrows. I was so busy. All right, now I got to remember to do that. Oh man. All right. So this is the Shadow Realm.
I come this way.
Suddenly, just because I've weighed her down with everything under the sun, she can't manage it, you know? Let's hand that to you. Hand that to you. I have a bunch of stuff that I gotta sell.
Follow me and quickly.
So I'm gonna put that stuff in here. Yeah, I already used like 4. I used one of those. Actually, do you have any of those healing potions left? Alright. I'm gonna give 2 to you. I really need a tank. Is what I really need. I really, really need me a tank. Because as of right now,
Yes.
we've been managing, but here you go, banished to the Shadow Realm. Oh my god, really? That's wild, Arudnell. Yeah, well, it seems like that. It seems like that so far, Sparkly. Hey! Ask and you shall receive. That's what I'm talking about. Another heal potion? Yes, please. Let's give that over to you. And I'm up to 6 healing kits again. Okay, good. That is a relief. This music, though.
Come this way.
Yes.
Dang. Look at all this. Dagger plus 3, who cares?
I think you've mistaken me for a horse and wagon.
Oh no. You definitely are a horse and wagon.
Yes.
Okay. Scribe. 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 Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I don't like doing this because I don't like putting all this stuff just in the bag that's like not in the same order, but it's worth it. I mean, it's worth it to save weight issues. All right. What's that? And what's that?
Yes.
It's a wand of summoning, huh? Alright, well, here. Can't use that Axe of the Bear King right now anyway, so...
Yes.
Yes?
Follow me and quickly.
That's wild. Eagle Lake by the coast, huh? Alright. So... Okay. Oh, that's right. I can summon Orglash, 1 use per day. That's right. That's right. Okay. We are in the Shadow Realm. Operating table? Something is terribly familiar about this chamber as if you once saw it in a dream but only remembered just now. Your eyes are pulled toward the blood-stained table at the center of the room. You have lain upon that table, felt those restraints digging into your flesh. That's creepy. Table is ugly, unadorned, and spattered with old dried blood. 2 heavy restraints are mounted on each end to bind a person's hands and feet. Little care was taken of the table's construction, save to ensure that its surface was smooth, that it was long enough to accommodate a prone humanoid. Seems newly built, the wood felled from local Rashemi trees. Dark bloodstains cover the table's surface and spatter the floor that surrounds it. You reach out your hand, touch the tabletop, run your fingers along its smooth, polished surface. Something twists inside you where the shard once lay. That's where they operated on me. Your ears are ringing, filling with noise. A voice rises through the din. A woman's voice. Or is it 2? They sound so much the same. Your vision blurs. Dark shapes are standing over you, tightening the straps on your hands and feet. So tight that your wrists and ankles burn and bleed. They are women, their faces nearly identical, one garbed in white and the other in red. Others' figures lurk behind, shadowy and more bestial in form. The cold fingers of the women brush your chest, run a cold blade across your skin. And you cannot move, you cannot scream, you can only watch. The twisting in your chest becomes a burning, an echo of surging pain growing and growing in its intensity. The women's arms are red to the elbows, their pale faces spattered in blood. Gonna fight the pain, try to maintain it. Pain surges once more, becoming too intense to bear. You wrench your hand away from the table and the dream shatters. Alright, well, interesting. So that's where this was done, in the Shadow Realm. Really? Welp. Open, says me. Some boots, huh?
Yes.
Boots of hardiness. Having explored the Northlands extensively, like, for example, Eagle Lake in Maine, a druid named I will explore Maine. I will do it. Okay. Commissioned the creation of these comfortable boots. Knowing he was heading for the sometimes dangerous domain of the Neverwinter Woods, Awil was looking for something helpful in combat to lighten his need for armor. Since becoming the Archdruid for the Neverwinter Woods Druid Grove, Awil has commissioned several more powerful versions of his original boots. AC +3, enhancement bonus con +3. Ooh, that's nice.
I am listening.
Right, you got that Dex +3. I don't want you to get rid of that, but I do want you to have a higher con since you're my tank for the moment. Did that have no effect on your con, really? Why did it have no effect? Con +3. Con 18. Must be stacking with something. That's unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Alright, still.
I am listening.
Trap. Yep. could be sparkly, but you would think that it would still show. Yeah, I mean, she has increased con right now, but I don't know. I don't see why that wouldn't just stack on top of it, but... Hello?
Sophia, what are you doing here?
I thought I smelled incompetence.
You two know each other?
This is Kai Kamoon, one of the most worthless piles of sputum to wear the red robes of Thay.
Great. A rival of yours at the Academy?
Kai is a sniveling sycophant. My only rivals are magicians of worth.
Should we be having this discussion when we're right in front of him?
He also happens to be a junior instructor at my academy. I can only wonder why he strayed so far from his mentor's leash.
All that's changing. Ahriman rewards his allies well. With Liena dead, I've earned a promotion. It's a shame the old hag didn't put up much of a fight. She destroyed herself in a blaze of fire. Must have known she couldn't best me.
Ahriman? Who is he and why did he want Liena dead?
Ahriman is the new power at the Academy of Shapers and Binders, now that the headmistress is retired. You. Ahriman warned me of you. Sophia, why would you travel with this thing?
Actually, my name is Arvin.
I want no trouble from you. Stand aside. My quarrel is with Sophia. I doubt she'll put up nearly as much of a fight as Liena, or her mother.
My mother? Kai Kamoon, you had best be mocking me. If you raised your hand against my mother, I will extract 1,000 screams from your wretched hide.
Oh, she had no idea it was coming. She used every last cantrip she knew, but her loyal allies, her daughter even, never arrived to save her.
And to think that you once claimed to care for me.
Liena was wise to destroy herself, rather than fight me. I doubt you have the old hag's sense to surrender, to make this quick. No matter. Let's settle this.
Well. There's one guy gone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can you, Okay, can you...
Christ cursed shadow!
Corpse-loving inbred scum.
Let us attack.
I didn't set this up at all properly. Okay. Today.
Worthless wretch. Your days are at an end.
Can you please? Am I again stunned? I feel like this entire fight I've spent stunned. Hello? really love to be able to move. What is going on? What is the deal? I'm still dazed? This is a hell of a daze, I'll tell you what. This is a lot of days. Thank you. Can I go, please? What the frick? What is going on? I don't know. I think this is bugged out somehow. Thank you. Hey, look. Look what happened when I finally came out of it. I'm like, oh, look. I just literally just sat there and then like, nope, neither. I guess it was just waiting for me to get ready. It's just like, I always assumed Kai's ambition would get him killed, but I didn't think it would be by my hand. No matter. He will not be missed. Kai mentioned your mother's death. I'm sorry for your loss. I can only hope that Kai was trying to unsettle me. I should not have given him the pleasure of getting so angry. Still, if he was telling the truth, I should never have left the academy when I did. My mother, Nephris, she has the respect of the other wizards, but not their love. I'm running out of trustworthy people in my life. Just Kaji and Master Jaffe at the academy if he still lives. Mother's name is Nephris? I'd like to hear more about her if you're willing to tell me. Nephris, my mother, she is difficult to love, I suppose. Driven or stubborn, but wise in her way. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Fortunately, you know, Safiya was able to kind of hold things together. Safiya's kind of a badass, it's becoming clear to me. Driven, stubborn, but wise in her way. She has no patience for ambitious wizards like Kai Kmoon. Her studies are everything to her. Master Jaffe insists that she looked much like me in her youth, though I suspect he may be seeing what he wishes to see. I believe he had feelings for my mother when they both were young. Indeed, poor Jaffe may be dead as well. If he stood by my mother, I wish I knew their fates. Look at this one. No use being sad. This just means one less red wizard in the world. Damn. Perhaps it might help to focus on bringing Araman and his associates to justice. Yes, you're quite right, actually. My mother raised me to be direct and decisive. Had the situation been reversed, had someone harmed me, her wrath would have been merciless. I will grieve for my mother by finding Araman and crushing him. I'm still curious why someone wanted Leanna dead. Her association with my mother must have been very important. Why else would Araman send his pawns all the way to Rashomon? Leanna was more than some common theater matron. At least Kai is dead, and Leanna's death avenged. I appreciate your help in killing that wretch. I was thrilled to kill a red wizard. How could I ever turn down that opportunity? Seeking vengeance those he unjustly slew, I should be thanking you. I would not have fared well without your help. I'm glad I can be of service to you. My entire youth was spent studying my craft. It's about time I put my knowledge to use. But we couldn't prevent her death, and there's no use dwelling on it. Doesn't sound like you and Kai were very fond of each other. No, not at all. At one point, he was kind to me. It was all a ruse. He just wanted the attention of the headmistress's daughter. He embodied the common man's idea of a red wizard, unscrupulous and loyal only to his own ambitions. What do you know of Araman? Araman's a common enough name in Fae, but there is an Araman at the Academy of Shapers and Binders. He's a senior instructor, quiet, soft-spoken, and shockingly adept at magic. I've met him, but we rarely traded words. He stays hidden in the library most of the time. So the Araman at your academy, you think he led the coup against your mother? A reclusive yet polite old man who kept to himself at an academy full of aggressive, ruthless magicians. Yes, he sounds guilty enough. Had he been vocal about his hatred for my mother, she'd have anticipated it and stopped him long ago. This Araman can't be so clever if he trusted Kai. Yes, well, Kai couldn't be trusted to serve anyone but himself. No doubt Kai was a sacrificial pawn bought with the promise of coin or a meaningless title. Actually, turning someone like Kai against my mother was quite clever. A thug that is all ambition and no talent can be easily manipulated, and rarely lives to collect payment. Do all the instructors of your academy try to kill each other? Our academy is better than most in Thay, but Red Wizards are infamous for their tendency to kill their own, even if just for scraps of authority or to settle a petty grudge. I suppose I've become so desensitized to it. Let the power mad kill each other, I've always thought. But I should have known it would claim my mother, or even me. Why would someone want to kill your mother? As the headmistress of the academy, her death creates a void of leadership. The Red Wizards are the true power of Thay. Running academy makes one a creature of great authority. I tire of talking about him. If he truly is to blame for my mother's death, then I will see him again. We should probably keep moving. Agreed. With Leanna dead, perhaps our best course of action is to speak to the dwarf woman and the other actors. There's a chance Leanna confided in one of them. Alright, well, we certainly had use for those healing potions. Didn't make it in time to help Leanna, though. But we survived ourselves. Is that 71 or 7? I think that's 7. So, definitely used a lot of stacks.
For a horse and wagon.
Okay.
Come this way.
I need 8 to get to that next stage. More red robes. You think after a certain point he would figure out the red robe part? Like, you would think he'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I've seen these 6 million times before. Belt of Ramathar. This belt was uncovered in the Ring of the Grey Flames, a ruin on the edge of the Endless Wastes. Though its history is unknown, its powers and where it was found suggest the powerful item is of Ramathari origin. The Ramathari were powerful evokers and enemies of Narfell, and a handful of battle mages still study Ramathari Arcana. As this belt bestows spells and powers an evoker might already possess, it likely belonged to a close ally of a battle mage instead of to the sorcerer who created it. Bonus feats: spell focus, evocation, spell penetration, greater fire burst, magic missile, prismatic spray, and sunburst. Okay, those are all pretty badass, actually. Well, if I give you this belt...
I think you've mistaken me for a horse and wagon.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to put a bunch of stuff then. Nothing for it. I'm going to have to put a bunch of stuff in the magic bag because I need her.
I think you've
This belt makes a lot more sense
wagon.
than...
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Yeah, relax, big guy. I'm going to sell a
Yes.
bunch of this stuff anyway. Oh, wait. Actually,
Yes?
yeah, no, you need to have your robes. You need to have your robes. You don't have anybody
Yes.
else's robes. Okay, should be good enough for now. Oh, really? Well, I mean, in the first game, remember, it bugged out towards the end, and there was that one where they weren't spawning. I actually ended up having to use a console command to get past it. So... Right, she doesn't have any of that. Alright, let's go loot whatever's left here.
Yes.
And then see if we can rest here before heading out and talking to the other people in the theater.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
I wonder if those are red robes. I can't imagine.
I think you. Yes.
Yes, what a shock.
I cannot carry
Like,
this
literally
weight
every
and still
time he's
move. I
like,
am listening.
what is this? Can I rest here? No resting allowed. I guess you wouldn't expect it to be in the Shadow Realm.
My weapon is useless against this one.
All right. Can't get through it. That's fine. This scorched skeleton is all that remains of Liena, who destroyed herself to avoid being captured by the Red Wizards. Wow. Welp. Yeah, that was like very like frustrating. Like that honestly was one of the only times that I really got frustrated with the game, where I was just kind of like, come on, man. But I mean, fortunately the console command allowed me to get through it. If we didn't have the console command to basically jump through that stage, we would have just been, I would have been SOL, and then I would have been not very happy that I put in, like, at that point, 60 hours or whatever it was, and all for nothing, so. Alright, back to the prime material plane. Here we are. Back sore. Okay. Let us summon some people. Summon Bruno. Summon Hazel.
Yes.
And you also summon Kaji.
Yes.
Alright. Oops, no. Okay. Well, that's it, right? Like, yeah, exactly. The console command is so that in case something gets broken, you fix it. Whoa.
Keep your distance, witches. I've studied your laws, and we've broken none.
You know our laws. But I know you, child. Even if these others do not. You will be better served by keeping silent.
Look, Shiva, the girl's companion. It's that one who offends the land and draws an army to our gate.
Speak your name, foreigner, and be warned that you address the Wicklaren.
Wicklaren. Let's see. My name, Wicklaren, was that?
Is this the tradition in your homeland, barbarian? To trade questions for questions?
Peace, Kazumika. The foreigner knows not our customs. Our words and names are strange. We are witches, ambassadors to the hidden realm of spirits, and keepers of the sacred law. We bow our heads to the triune goddess, and to no one else.
Okay. I am Arvin Eleron. I came to your city to find a woman called Liena. Fortunately, it seems that I came too late.
Then Magda spoke true? She said they were Thayans, that they appeared from the very shadows.
Calm, Katya. You are a witch now, not a farm girl.
Who's
You
that dude in the
crossed
back
spells
with the
our
wings?
mortal enemies, foreigner, and drove them from our midst. For that, much may be forgiven.
Yeah, everyone hates the Red Wizards, am I right? Sophia, who's with me? Yeah, you can't trust a Red Wizard farther than you can throw them. And, of course, you can't throw them anywhere because they're robes, right? Whew. Let's see. Finish my business here and I'll be on my way.
But you know the wild places. Surely you must sense the fury in the land. Feel it trembling in the earth and screaming on the wind.
The bear god has marched an army of spirits to our gate. He roars for your blood and claims that you have defiled his sacred den. That you have loosed an evil upon the world.
I don't know
And
what
the
he's
bear
talking
god
about.
does not lie. I can smell the wrongness on you, foreigner. It hangs upon you like a corpse shroud.
Shut up, ugly mask person. I mean, the mask is ugly. Let's see. The dwarf woman Magda may know more about Leanna. I must speak with her.
How do we know that you wouldn't have slain Leanna yourself? How do we know you won't do the same to Magda?
Make your peace with the bear god, foreigner, and we will know you for a friend. We'll be kept safe from the bear god's horde and from you if need be. No witch may stand against the spirits of the land, but I will honor the debt we owe you, foreigner, for defeating the Red Wizards. Go to our prison on the north edge of town. Any convict who is willing to stand at your side will be granted a full pardon.
So I gotta go get a bunch of prisoners for an army?
You know not what dreams may lie hidden behind steel and rune, foreigner, nor what paths they might open to you. We will watch from our high place, and we will receive you again, if you return alive.
Whoops. Can I? Hello? Hello? Camera? Hello? What? Alright. Damn it. Get out there. Yeah, exactly, right? Alright, jeez. Alright, so Ephraim the Stag. We couldn't help but overhear. An army of angry spirits awaits you at the gates of Mulsantir. You'll perhaps require more help against such a host. My bow and my brother's sword will aid you should you agree to first help us find our lost sister, Kaelin the Dove. Where can I find your sister? Kaelin came here seeking the abandoned stronghold of Merkul, the Death God's vault, which is in Shadow Mulsantir. Shadow Mulsantir? Yes. It is said that Mulsantir has thin boundaries between the Prime and the Plane of Shadow, especially at night, or in dark places. Yeah, I noticed. Yes, if the rumors are true, there are many weak spots where one can cross to the Plane of Shadow at night. Perhaps a thorough search of the city would reveal some of these to you. We asked the witches when we first arrived, and they claimed that Shadow Mulsantir was just a myth, but I know they are hiding something. Maybe if you spoke to them instead. Why don't you go find her yourselves? Entering Merkel's sanctum would be a violation of our faith to Kelemvor. Isn't Kaelin violating her faith by going there? Kaelin has abandoned her faith in Kelemvor. For this she was exiled from our grandfather's court. She now follows Ilmater, the god of martyrs. We hope to find our sister and convince her not to become a martyr herself. Okay, why did Kaelin abandon her faith? That is an excellent question. I have a theory. Hey, what's up, Infinity Simplex? Sister, let us not entertain any theories. The only one who can answer your question in truth is Kaelin herself. Find her and ask her yourself. Tell me of Merkul. As you may know, Merkul is the former god of the dead, slain by Mystra in the time of troubles. Cyric took Merkul's place and then was deposed by Kelemvor, the present god of the dead. We are followers of Kelemvor, as was Kaelin until she abandoned her faith. What is the Death God's Vault? The Death God's Vault has been abandoned since Merkul's death. It was used as a library and a prison and a secure place to store things valuable to the Merkulite faith. So your sister went there to loot Merkul's treasures? No, why would she go to such a place? I believe she may have gone there to learn more about Akachi's crusade. Sister, do not speak of the betrayer. Aha! The betrayer. For Kaelin's sake, I hope she's there for some other reason. Alright, I'll seek her out. Thank you. We'll be very grateful to once more lay eyes upon our beloved sister. Go with care. The Death God's Vault may still contain some of Merkul's old defenses. Kelemvor's blessing be with you. Wait, you're not going to help me? Oh, man. Right, I have to find you first. Our siblings, there are 5, including Kaelin, are known as the Menagerie. We adopt the titles of noble creatures out of respect for nature. The Menagerie has long traveled together, led by our eldest sister. But since Kaelin was exiled from our grandfather's court in Celestia, we've been distraught. Will you help us find Kaelin? We'll seek it out. Okay. Right. Okay. Fine. So. Okay, great. Right. Shoot, not that one. No. Okay, let's see. This. 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 This.
I cannot carry this weight
this.
and still move.
Yeah, yeah, this. This. Okay. So this. Yeah. So this. Yeah. So this. Yeah. This. Yep. This. Uh-huh. 6 million wizard robes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yup. You got it. Okay.
Come this way.
Now, let's see. Where'd you go?
Yes.
Oh, hello? I would like to do this, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, so that. So that. So this. We're going to need all this to buy a lot more ammo, for one thing. This. This. Like how that's a quarterstaff. Looks a lot like a sling to me. Longsword +3. Longbow +2. Composite longbow +1. Mask of Persuasion finally sold. Alright, I'm gonna... Nope. Give this to you.
Yes.
Alright, 86,000 gold. I love it. Okay, now. First of all, we need more ammo. Oh, wait. We sell that. Then we need more ammo. Okay. Yeah. Be interesting to see the deal with Roshemi, I agree. 6 million. Oh, geez. Well, I guess, yeah, I suppose. I wasn't thinking about it in those terms, but yeah. Right, that actually might be useful for you since you don't have a cloak yet. Nice. Definitely worth it.
I am listening.
Okay, I need ammo, my dude. Gonna get a set of acid arrows just in case. Alright. Now I feel like I'm in pretty good shape with that. Alright, what else we got? Ah, yes. Please for to give me more of the heal potions. God knows I used them in that last fight. I'm hoping that when I go talk to these prisoners that I actually find people that are actually, you know, characters that are not just, you know, henchmen, but they actually have a role. That would be lovely. Okay. Now, I have 10 there. All right, I'd like you to
Yes?
have more. 5 of those. Good, great.
Follow
Awesome.
me and quickly.
Perfect. All right, perfect. So, let's go to the prison and figure out what we can deal with there. Yeah, no, I hear that, Coven. Okay. We're probably not. We're probably only going to play for about another 15 minutes to a half hour. I will be playing much more of this game this month. Playing a lot more tomorrow, for example. Witches are interesting, though. Very different kind of place. Temple of the Three. Whoa. What's going on over there? My, you're a cheerful fellow. Never quite outspoken. What would happen if such restraints were removed? Alright, so you want me out of the Berserker Lodge? Oh, just when I came in, he was like really unhappy with me. Okay. Ice Troll Lodge, huh? Alright, I'm curious. Yeah, probably so. Hey. I lose again. I can't believe... Oh, hey there, Outlander. Have you seen this amazing winning streak that Alexei is on? I haven't been paying attention. How many... looks to be quite a lucky run for him. And you would never have guessed it. Alexei was one of the worst dart players in the lodge. You haven't noticed the faint sparkle emanating from the darts? I think you're correct, Outlander. I didn't notice it before, but now that I take a closer look, something isn't right about those darts. You have a very sharp eye. For an outsider, anyways. Alexei, with the help of the outsider, I have seen through your trickery. I cannot believe that you would cheat and steal from your own brethren. You whine like a babe, Yegor. It was you who decided to place a bet on what was supposed to be a friendly game. You never had a problem in the past when you were winning. Your lies disgrace yourself, your family, and worst of all, the lodge. You've let down your family. You've let down your country. But most of all, you've let down yourself. Come, let's go to the Ithrin, Katya. She will straighten this out. Fine by me, Yegor the whiner, but once it has been proven that I haven't been cheating, I want every last gold piece that you owe me. Thank you, Outlander. I know this isn't much, but I'd like you to take my lucky arrows that I was about to bet away. Come to your humiliation, Alexei. Watch your tongue, Yegor. Farewell, then. I'm watching you, Outlander. What arrows are these exactly? Arrows of petrification. Always likes to give 'em a taste of their own medicine, was the motto of famed basilisk hunter Bliney Gratter. That's a great name. He carried these arrows, which he would use to destroy or slow the dangerous lizards before finishing them off with his magical warhammer, Shattermaster. Usually a very careful hunter, Bliney's life came to a quick end when he accidentally nicked a finger on one of the arrowheads, but he's on display in the courtyard of his widow's estate. Flesh to stone, level 7. Yeah, I see. I see. All right, that's useful. All right, what do we got over here? Yulia. Greetings. What can I help you with? Who are you? My name is Yulia. Yulia the Ice Queen, lad, and don't you forget it. Why do you call you the Ice Queen? I help train the berserkers to fight in the cold. The training can be a little harsh, so the others made up the nickname as a means of getting back at me. How do you train them? Every day we fill the tub with freezing cold water, and our warriors take turns attempting to stay in the water as long as they can. Over time, they become used to the extreme cold and can last longer and longer. How long can they last? Quite some time, although there's a limit to the amount of cold the body can stand. All right. That sounds to me like challenge accepted. All right. What do we got? Give me some bear's endurance. How about you actually don't move while I'm trying to cast that spell? That would be great.
Yes.
Also, I would like you...
I am listening.
All right. Here we go. Yeah, I imagine that's the case, but, you know, still a real fake Sith. All right. Can I try? I'm afraid not. The tub is part of our members' daily ritual, and some of them take such things extremely seriously. They'd probably attack any non-member who set foot in it. Is there any way for me to become a member? Not normally, but we've had a sharp decline in membership lately, mostly due to certain disagreements with Shiva and the other witches over our standard of behavior. My advice would be to talk to Jurek. Our current troubles might cause him to relax the usual policy. All right, well, I'll have to get back everyone's equipment then. Other questions. What do you do here? Okay. Are you a mage then? I study the mystic arts, yes, but I'm also a berserker, do not doubt. Are there many spellcasting berserkers? I've never heard of such a thing. The combination is rare, but not unheard of. Old Nakai, for instance, uses shamanic magic. I'm sure other lodges spellcasters as well. Tell me about Jurek. Jurek is nominally the leader here. All the others look up to him, and for good reason. He's a powerful warrior, but he also knows how to lead men. Also, it doesn't hurt that he can drink anyone here under the table and knows more stories than I do potion recipes. You probably already noticed that Foraven is quite large, a fact he never ceases to remind me of. He's always telling me how unstoppable our children would be, the swine. Sounds like you're not an admirer. He's just frustrating, and no one would dare tell him to back off. Just once I'd like to see him put in his place. Is there anything I can do? That's kind of you, but if you were to start a fight in here, it would go very badly for you. Unless... Foraven prides him on being the strongest member of the lodge. If you were to beat him at his test of strength, he'd at least be humbled a bit. How in the world would I beat him at a test of strength? He likes to test his arm strength against others, but what most people don't know is that he hurt his left arm a few years ago, which left it weaker than his right. Much easier time beating him. Okay. So we have to challenge him with his left arm. When he challenges you, insist that he use his left arm. His pride won't let him refuse, and your chances will increase greatly. Okay, gotta be left arm. All right, what about Radu and Vic? It's amusing to watch those two try to impress the others day after day, I'll give them that. Still, they're good lads, and they have courage. Okay, what about Lena? Ah, Lena. Ah, Lena. I guess I can't say anything bad about her since she's my best customer. She's a handful, but she helps keep the men in line around here. Nakai, that old man gives me the creeps. All he ever does is stare at that fire, petting those silly cats of his. It's almost like he's waiting for something, or maybe someone. He's been here forever, and every so often will tell us stories about ancient battles between mighty spirits and invaders who sought to conquer our land. Okay, what about Sergei? Sergei's something of a mystery, one I've been trying to uncover for some time now. From what I've been able to gather, he left Rashomon at a young age in his Djemma and traveled to many distant lands. He won't speak of the places he's been, but there's no denying that his experiences have left their mark on him. I respect his privacy, but there's one thing that continues to bother me. Sergei claims to be from Mulsantir, but I haven't been able to find a single person who remembers him. Okay. All right. So, never mind this thing.
Yes?
Okay. Do you have a strength spell? Where's that belt of frost giant strength that I have? 14. Nonsense.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
What? Oh, that's right. I already had +4.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Looking to see if any of these things give me boost to strength. Shroud of the Leopard. Skin of Shadow.
Yes?
Storm Giant, I believe. Alright, sounds good. Sleep well, Shadowed. See you tomorrow, I hope. Alright. That's the best I've got.
Yes.
Don't know if I'm going to have enough to deal with him, but let's give it a shot nonetheless. Alright, where is this guy? Where is Foravan? We'll worry about those dudes later. Sergey is hanging out, by which I mean drunk. This dude. Hail, stranger. Care to test your strength against the mighty Foravan? Sure, why not? Good lad. The way we test each other's strength here is a contest involving only the contestant's arms. After all, you can't swing a big weapon without big arms, can you? We each put an elbow down on the table and clasp hands. When Foravan says go, we each try to push the other's hand down to the table. Simple, right? Sure, but let's use our left arms. Our left arms? What's the matter? Don't you trust your weapon arm, stranger? Be honest, I heard your left arm was slightly weaker. You did you? Well, it won't help you. There's no way a scrawny weakling like you is going to defeat Foravan, regardless of which arm he uses. Now put your arm down. It's Law with a resub. 11 months. We're back another month for the big old 12 months. Good to see you, It's Law. Thank you, dude. I hope everything is okay. I hope everything's okay, man. I hope you're doing okay out there. Thank you very much for that sub. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And yeah, definitely. Don't be a stranger, as I always say.
Yes?
Thanks, man. I need a strength boost. I don't think I have anything, do I? I wonder if shoot, is it K? L? Nope. Not I. P. Man, what the heck is the thing that pulls up the spell book? The memorize spells thing? Hanging in there. Is it B? Oh, thank you, Karth. Why do I never remember that? I tried every other key. For some reason, that one always is... Yeah, I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there. The first time we got... when we got hit by Hurricane Fred, or with the remnants of it a few months ago, one part of our basement got pretty badly flooded, so we got waterproofing done. And then Henri was nothing. That was just a complete joke. And then we got hit with the remains of Hurricane Ida, and we got like 5 inches in 2.5 hours or something here. And so the other part of the basement got a little bit of water. So now it's like, well, do we get another kind of water, or do we like, do we kind of go, all right, well, whatever, like this is only going to happen not that often, or because of climate change, presumably, we have to be careful and make sure we do it more than we might have in the past. So it's one of those things that, okay, it's one of those things that there's always something, but no, we are holding out here pretty well. Yeah, I just finished, I think it's The Crystal Shard, the first book that he had published, actually. Okay. Let me see if I can do that. All right. Oh, very nice. All right, catch you soon, man. Yeah, how did you get slammed by what was left of Ida, Rockod? Because man, frankly, Ida was a much bigger deal for us than Henri was, just because of the amount of rain. All right.
Hopefully, our time here will be brief.
Yes.
This place crawls with those who loathe my kind.
What? Jeez. This is like... Oh, really? Yeah, man, we we got, I mean, like, as I say, we were able to, I mean, it wasn't, this one around wasn't terrible. But I mean, I still had to throw out some boxes and stuff like that. But we had moved most of the stuff after the first time from the one room. The room that we did waterproof, the area of the basement that we did waterproof, and it was not cheap to do it, but the part of the basement that we did waterproof was dry as a bone. That thing is not going to get that is not going to get flooded again, because of the way we set it up. But other sort of circumstances with like other parts of the basement, there was a little bit of water because it just has not had this kind of thing since the house was built. So we'll have to see. And yeah, I saw some of this stuff. One of the pictures, actually, two things I noticed about that. One of the pictures, Mrs. Dunsel, of this area talked about, like, I could see Van Cortlandt Park and then exit 230, or actually 230th Street or whatever. And that is literally the exit that I used to take. I know exactly where that is. That's on the Henry Hudson going north. And that's exactly where I used to get off to go to my house in the Bronx. And so that thing was under a ton of water. And then the other thing was I saw there was a oh no, I forgot it. Oh man, what was it? Okay, the one thing was that I saw this other video of a guy doing backflips into water, which is swimming through floodwater is not a good idea in New York because it's stuff. It's not normal. It's not your everyday normal water. But there was another thing. Oh, when I was driving to work. To get to St. John's, at one point you go down Route 295, which is you go over the Throgs Neck Bridge, and then you go down 295 south. And there were all of these cars. Now, I went on Thursday, which was the day after this happened, right? There were all these cars up on both sides of the road that were abandoned, tons of them. And I was like, what is going on? Like, there must have been 30 cars on each side of the road as I went down this however many miles stretch before I get to the part where I turn off to go to St. John's directly. And I also saw there was a ton of, like, sand and sediment and like debris, and I was like, holy crap, these cars must have all basically just pulled up on the side of the road, and the drivers must just abandon them because the road was flooded and they couldn't get through it. So it must have been a mess. Yeah, pretty much. Or no. Yeah. Yeah, we just try to avoid stuff like we don't want it to get moldy or anything like that. So we keep like pulling it up to areas. I mean, the thing is that we don't actually have a garage in our place. We have a shed outside, but we don't actually have a garage. So we've taken, I mean, like a lot of the stuff that used to be in what would have been the equivalent of the basement. Like I used to have all of this stuff, all the games behind me in the basement. And I used to have my, my dad's poetry books and all those things. Now all of that can be in the attic under the under eave storage. And it's very clean looking inside this room. So again, it worked out really well. But we still, I mean, we have some extra things. Like there's 5 people who live in this house. And this contains all of my parents' stuff. Like we don't have an external storage facility. This is it. So, Yeah, so it was kind of a mess. Yeah, the Bronx River was flooded. I mean, I should have realized that it always gets that way under normal circumstances, and it was like, I think that Central Park had something like 5 inches that like fell in an hour or something like that. It was insane. So, yeah. I mean, you know what though? Like, again, thank goodness. If we had been hit by what we were hit with on Wednesday, before we had waterproofed the basement, the other area of the basement, we would have been screwed. Because we had tried to move that stuff into a place, because the guy, it was like a woodworking room, and the owner before us was like, oh, we've never had problems with it. First of all, I think that's nonsense, but there's just no way, right? So we spent a fair bit of money, thousands, to be able to get the basement dry in the first place and then get it waterproof so that this wouldn't happen again. And actually, they ended up, normally this would have been late August. I think they still would have had it done before this hit, but not by much. And because they were able to get us in early, we ended up actually only doing it a couple of weeks in. They also quoted us something for the rest of the basement that it could be problem in area. There is a part of the basement that's never going to flood because it's just too high. But there's a part of it that still got a little bit of wetness yesterday, or on Wednesday, I mean. And I was like, well, you know, so we'll have to think about that. I mean, we got to be careful because we've made some good investments in the house, but, you know, we're not made of money and we have to be careful about not overdoing it. But at the same time, and you know, this was like a once in 500 year event, except that with climate change, it's going to be more like probably a once in every 5 year event or something like that. But I don't think it's going to be a once in every 5 month event either. And so I think it's the kind of thing that we can probably be okay for a couple of years. And when we build up money, we'll try to get the rest of it done just to make sure, because we're not in a position where we can bring everything out of the basement. We have a lot of stuff out of the basement already. There really isn't all that much extra excess stuff anymore, but still, you know, you got to be careful about that. So, and yes, metal shelves and plastic and all that is definitely a must. Yeah. Ours is original to the house. They, you know, even when the house was torn down and then rebuilt from the foundations in the mid-1800s, they still kept the old foundation. So much of the house is from the 1830s and 1840s. And I think 1830 is when they had rebuilt a lot of it. And the foundation dates back to 1803 when it was first built. So this thing has been here for a long time. Okay, you guys. Good day to you, stranger. I'm Radu, and don't forget your title, lad. Radu the Untested. And this here's my fellow berserker in training, Vic. Beardless Vic! Ha 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 ha! As you can see, they call me Beardless Vic, but not for long. Have you seen this stubble, Jurak? Jurak pauses the story he's telling to momentarily look at Vic, then turns back and resumes it. He'll come around, Vic. We just haven't proven ourselves yet. I know, but I can't take this much longer, Radu. We need to do something soon. Agreed. Stranger, you look like you've seen your share of fighting. Think you could help us out? What kind of help do you need? We need to prove our worth to the others. We both just barely passed the initiation rites, and we're the youngest members of the lodge, so the other members look down on us. Do either of you have any ideas about how to prove your worth? Well, we can't beat any of the other members of the lodge at anything, so that's out. We just need to practice and not on each other. I swear I know all your moves by heart, Radu. As I know yours. What do you say, stranger? Mind if we try some of our attacks out on you? This isn't going to hurt, is it? Not much, no. Fine, go ahead then. Had enough yet? I think we really learned a lot from that little session. Hey, you two. A couple of us were watching you practice, and that wasn't half bad. You won't get far training with weak foreigners, though. Train with us next time. Well, you got their attention, at least. Aye, that we did. Thank you, stranger. Yes, thank you. At least they'll train with us now. It was nothing. Sup, Lena? Ah, another victim. Good, good. Take a seat, stranger. What do you have? Who are you again? The name's Lena, and I'm the loudest swearer, dirtiest fighter, and sharpest tongue in the lodge. What's it to you? Nothing. Just thought I'd ask. I see. Well, I just think I'll ignore you until you can think of something interesting to say. Couldn't ignore me if you tried, lush. All right, well, whatever. I don't want to drink myself to death anyway. Go enjoy your drinking. Nakai, what's up with you? The spirits are restless and they call for you. You should make haste to meet with them. Return to me once you've dealt with them and we can finish this conversation, provided you're still alive. All right? Once I deal with the spirits. Ooh. Look at these awesome pets. Those are like spirit jaguars. That's awesome. Alright. Where is this guy, Jakku? Or Jurak, whatever. That guy. Wait. Sergey, what's up? I see. Fascinating. Anything else? Alrighty. Not going to get much out of him, so Jurak. Yeah. Welcome to the Ice Troll Berserker Lodge, Outlander. Do you have business here? What is this place? As I said, this is the Ice Troll Berserker Lodge, one of many such lodges scattered throughout our country. Men enter this lodge as boys and leave as true warriors of Rashomon. Where does the name come from? All Berserker Lodges are named after creatures found locally, and the fighting style of its members is usually patterned after the creature. I haven't seen any ice trolls since I came to Rashomon. Ha! There's a reason for that. Ice trolls are dangerous creatures that eat humans, so we've hunted down any that live too close to one of our settlements. There probably isn't an ice troll for miles and miles. Tell me about your fighting style. Trolls are legendary for withstanding blows that would cripple other creatures. We teach our warriors to do much the same. You teach me how to do that? Sorry, Outlander, that knowledge is for members only. Can I join your lodge, then? Sorry, Outlander, but it takes a special kind of warrior to join a Berserker Lodge. You wouldn't benefit from training with us anyway, the way you fight. But I'll tell you what, if you can pass all of the traditional tests, we'll admit you as an honorary member. I must warn you, however, the tests can be brutal, but there's no room for weakness in a Berserker's line of work. The rites test to see if you possess the qualities we look for in prospective members. Strength, endurance, and martial prowess. All right, how do I begin? That's the spirit. Talk to Yulia, Forav, and Arlene over there, and they'll administer their respective rite. Good fortune to you. Okay, is this the thing where I have to beat the dude in arm wrestling? Let's see. All right. I'm going to need to get way more strength before I can deal with this guy, so we're going to have to come back to this at some point. Looks like some blunt object was repeatedly smashed the same spot many, many times. Alright, and I'm not going to try to get drunk underneath the table, etc., so... There would be Berserker, huh? The rite of endurance can be quite trying even for a Shemi. Test your ability to withstand extreme cold. One of the distinguishing features of the Ice Troll Lodge is our warriors' ability to fight in near freezing temperatures. Let's see. Can I get some of this secret draft? Only allowed to sell the draft to members. Alright, let me try the rite, but only after I have put on those boots. Give me these boots again. This may not end up mattering, but... Okay. No items or spells. Oh. Yulia tests the water and makes a strange hand motion in your direction, causing a brief tingling sensation. With a smile, she beckons you to stand in it. As your first foot enters the liquid, you realize it's freezing cold. Cold enough for you, Outlander? Now, this test is pretty simple. All you have to do is stay in the tub long enough. Any questions? No questions. Good. Just stay in as long as you can. Freezing water steals the breath from your lungs, and your gas draw a chuckle from the assembled crowd. Remain in the tub. Body begins shivering uncontrollably. Remain in the tub. More pronounced, covered in goosebumps. Remain in the tub. Warm feeling. Remain in the tub. Warm feeling passes to be replaced with needles of ice, piecing you in 100 places at once. Tub shivering gets worse. Skin was always so pale. Pull him out now. You came close, Outlander. There's no shame in that. Your things are in the chest by the tub. Gather your strength and attempt the rite again another time. Man.
cannot carry this weight and still move.
You're gonna make me freaking put all my stuff back on, too? Man, that sucks. I don't know that I have... I mean... I'm going to need someone who can help me with that. Otherwise, the thing doesn't really... Just going to rest here for 8 hours. Thanks. Okay. Alright, well... This will be good to know at some point. I came close. No, it's not. No. It doesn't like, until I get a higher level of con, or I get, because they don't even let me wear items. So I've got to figure out a way to up my con, basically, which is just really not what I usually do anyway. Like, it's not my thing. All right. We got temples, but before we get temples, we're going to go pick up the prisoners. Then we're going to talk to, then we're going to go to one of the temples, and that's where we're going to wrap for this evening. Tomorrow we'll finish up with the temples and then deal with that army of spirit creatures.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I need to have much more strength. I mean, it may just not be my deal, because, I mean, I am a arcane archer and a ranger. I'm not a frontline, fighter. So... Yes, different kind of con, but I see what you're doing there. As you have disturbed the spirits, you also disturb me. But what reasons are you here? Shiva Whitefeather told me I could find help here against the spirit armory. Help from this lot? Trust in their help, and you'll find yourself alone when trouble comes. But if you wish to persist in this foolishness, you may speak with the prisoners. Be warned, 2 you need not fear, but as for the 3rd, guard your thoughts. Leave me be. All right. Who we got? Mighty Groznik, huh?
You want something from me?
I need strong warriors like yourself to help defeat Oku, the Bear King.
I earn my name in battle, but no hand will I raise against spirits. Their reach and their memories are long.
I haven't seen anyone like you before. Who are you? He's hag spawn. Mother was a hag. Father was some unlucky fellow.
Quiet, small one. I can speak my own words. He does speak true. Because of my heritage, I am an outcast.
Why? It isn't your fault your parents were.
It does not matter. To the Rashemi, I am still an abomination unworthy of existing.
Whenever I have an orc or a half-orc saying abomination, I think about Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, when you fight the orcs in there, and pretty much all the time they're like, abomination! Up. Let's get rid of those. Nice work, Arunel. 1 down, 1 to go. Ah, nice. You got to him first. Yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. Again, Twitch is working on this, I think, but they've got to speed it up to get some of the stuff down with the bots and everything. What they really need to do is they need to make it so that Honestly, I mean, I hate to say this, but I really think at some point they're going to have to just go to two-factor authentication for everything, because it's going to cut way down on this. Like, two things they could do. Two-factor authentication would help a lot. Also, what would help is having one account be associated with one valid email, which has to be confirmed first. No, like 5 accounts for one email, or like limit it, like 3 accounts for one email or something like that. Again, that's not going to reduce it completely, but it will diminish it a lot. So, I know, right? Pack of cigarettes. Is that why you're in here?
No, there were 3 who taunted me into a rage. My blade was the first to leave its sheath, and so here I wait.
Wait for what? He's hanging. What else? They might toss him off the cliff. I'm not really sure how it all works.
Enough, small one. Do not speak my words for me. I am trapped in this existence as an outcast through no fault of my own. I gladly accept my fate, since it will bring me the peace which has eluded me. Go now. I do not wish to speak to you any longer.
What? Freaking heck. If you're going to ask me what you asked Groznik, I've got the same answer. No. Can make it worth your while. No, you can't. No amount of coin will change my mind. Not for this. I'm out in a few months anyway. What are you in for? There was a misunderstanding about the ownership of some coins I found when visiting the local bazaar. Naturally, the witches took the word of the locals over my own. I don't suppose these coins were in someone else's pouch when you found them, were they? Hey, I'm just a traveler from Lurin. I didn't even get a chance to learn what the local customs were before the misunderstanding occurred. Look, you made your offer, I turned you down, and that's that. We've got nothing else to talk about. Dang.
Ah, more jailers come to rattle my cage. Here I was, settling into a relaxing dream. Now you've gone and spoiled it.
Right. I think that there ought to be a way that they could manage a legit bot. I mean, like, say they make it there's like 5. Then you could attach a bot, a 5, per person. That would mean that and each one has to be, and the person has to be verified. At least that way you could get yourself and a couple of bots. And then how many other times do you have to do that? I've had the exact same email with this exact same nickname of mine, Arvin Eleron, since I've been on Twitch. Like, literally, it's going to be in November, late November this year. It will be 10 years that I've been on Twitch. So, I am not your jailer, but I might be your benefactor.
Ah, honeyed words from the other side of the cage. And what tune must I sing in return, I wonder?
Oh, you a bard?
Whatever wards and locks bind this prison, I think clever words are the key to unlocking them. Go on. I am listening to your offer, my benefactor.
What crime have you been jailed for?
My crime? It is a serious one. You see, I am too handsome to look upon.
Oh, I have the same problem. Look at my mask.
Alone must bear. Besides, I have no interest in the softly flowing curves of the tattooed one with you, so you need not fear me as a rival.
This guy.
What did he just say?
It is no matter. Here I will remain, so as not to ruin your chances with a fairer sex.
So is your charm and your wit that got you jailed then?
Ah, a little bite to the usual banter, with just a dash of sarcasm. You must not be from Mulsantir. They have no sense of humor whatsoever. But come now. This banter is delightful, but something must have brought you here other than the chance to converse with me.
I'm looking for recruits to protect Mulsantir. Are you interested?
Seeking soldiers, are you? You have come to the wrong cell.
Look at my bow
with
the wind coming, with the snow coming off it. I love it.
Go find a poorhouse and scatter a few coppers. That might yield better results.
Man, I've struck out. Let's see. Which one out of prison? Your freedom?
Does it seem like I dislike my surroundings? I assure you, I am quite comfortable here. And I suspect
I love it.
Safer than this town will be when the army of spirits arrives.
You knew the spirits were coming to Mulsantir?
Now. Knowing and telling are 2 different beasts. And the bear god, he is a 3rd. If I may say, you are rather brave to marshal an army to meet them. That's no ordinary band of spirits out there. That's a hornet's nest of beasts. They're screaming for blood so loudly, I can hear them in my dreams. And I am suddenly struck with the suspicion that the blood they seek is yours. Grave robber, are you? Tisk tisk. One should leave Barrows of the ancient bear god alone, lest he come for you in his garishly colored furry rage. So, entertain me, brave one. Why would one such as I follow you into such a hopeless battle?
Seems to me that besting the bear god of old might earn you enough clout in the spirit world for centuries to come.
Oh, so you seek to make my pride stand and dance? What kind of glory-bound fool do you take me
My
for?
diplomacy's high, too.
Although I will admit, your perspective makes some sense and appeals to my natural hubris.
Wait, I failed and succeeded? Is that a yes?
Very well.
Yeah!
You have a willing soldier at your side. Shall we be off? And please, let us visit the witch warden on the way out, so I can pay my respects to her gentle, loving soul.
All right, we got somebody. We got somebody.
Yes.
What's your deal, Gan? What are you? Oh, a spirit shaman. All right. What do you got? What you got, spirit shaman? You got a bunch of summon creatures. You can heal. I like that. You got a bunch of greater stone skin. All right. So, yeah, a bunch of summoning. You are another arrow guy. Well, that's great. I'm certainly glad that we have yet another arrow person. Oh, I can do better than that, though. Spear +4. AC is 22, though.
I am listening.
It's a good thing for you, my friend, that I've got some stuff. I got some stuff for you. All right. Let's go with this. Oh, shoot.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
All right. Let's see what you can carry, first of all. I don't know.
Amount of garbage you are having me carry is impeding my movement.
Okay. Chaotic neutral, though. Yeesh. All right. Greater robe of eyes. Okay. Belt of agility +4. All right. Periaptive wisdom +3. All right, this seems like your kind of armor. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Triffid. If only Triffid were still awake. All right, CQ. If you talk to Triffid before we do, you got to let her know. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh my God. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Good times, good times. All right. Okay, can't use the axe of the Bear King, so never mind that. Can't use that, so never mind that. All right, yeah, he's a dex guy, so he's not going to be a tank. I
cannot carry this weight and still move.
Relax. Wisdom +3. Yeah.
Follow me and quickly.
The headgear, it's the headgear that's cracking me up. Like, just, he's like, suddenly cats. I just put it on there and suddenly he's like, memories all alone in the moonlight. I am wearing a cat's head. And I'm a strange shaman. Oh yes, do you like the way my cat head looks? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Now that I got him, can I get anyone else on board? He's a spicy little cat boy, yes. Alright, neither of these clowns want to help. Ah, at last my eyes fall again upon your beauty, my matron of the cell. This one is cursed for taking you, spawn of hags, and I shall be glad to be rid of you. Nothing but trouble for me, for this city you are. Shall you be glad to be rid of me, beautiful matron? Do not think I did not see the longing eyes you cast at me as you drew your runed circles on the floor of my cell. What lies are these? Eyes of shame are the only eyes I have for you. Shame! Now. There is no need to mask the feelings I stir in you, and your age but makes you seem wrinkled like a prune fruit. I see what dances in your thoughts as you dream the slow hours of the day here, away in this prison. In the golden woods of Erling, you once sang for an hour a hymn to the sun, and dreamed that it was a shield carried by a warrior who watched over you. And such passion in that song. Why, it gives you strength even now. You're a dangerous creature, Dreamwalker. The tales of you all speak such, and many are those you wound with your arrow flight of words and humor. Do not think us deaf to those who suffer because of your careless footsteps in their thoughts and dreams. Get hence from my thoughts, I warn you. I'm never going to dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should have known better than to cheat a friend. The wasted chance that I'd been given. But I'm never going to dance again. The way I danced with you, careless footsteps. Oh ho. Yes, she speaks truly. I am that which all farmers with ripe daughters fear, the masked brigand who dances in the fires of their sweet children's minds and leaves footprints that no wind or time can erase. And, old mother, do not think your mind has not laid down paths for me to stroll. Such thoughts in a woman your age, it would put even a farmer's fiery-loined daughter to shame. You are a thief, a twister of words. Go meet the spirit army then, but you will not have my blessing upon you, now or ever. You are a fool to travel with that one, that spawn of hags, that dreaming liar and deceiver. No kiss for you, then. I don't know whether to like this guy or to find him creepy. What do you mean? The song goes, careless footsteps of a true friend, to the heart and mind. You will never find a bard who was just like this place. Pain is my own device. That's how it actually goes. George Michael meant to call it Careless Footsteps, but look at that shaft of light. Whoops. Hello? There we go. He's lovably creepy. Alright, I actually do want to talk with him now that we got out of that initial conversation. It's always a good idea to talk to him a second time about stuff.
Yes.
Yes, what do you want?
What's wrong?
The spirits are restless. There's a legion waiting outside the gates, led by old King Bear. He's awake and not pleased about it. What did you take from him anyway? I've never seen or heard such an uproar. I'm surprised the land isn't tearing itself apart.
I mean, an axe, you know. Careless footsteps. Yeah. That's fine. He whispered to his girl, but first he carelessly footstepped around her, Configuration Queen. That's the secret, deep meaning of the song. I took nothing from him. He was in the barrow when I awoke.
Well, whatever angered him, I hope something can calm him down again. If his rage grows any more, then Mulsantir will be drowning in blood.
Advice you have for meeting him?
Well, our chances are not the best. In that, you can be assured I am speaking true. Still, we have one advantage. Oku's army.
What makes you say that?
The bear god came here with an army. Why? That army sustains his rage and his strength.
He's a scaredy cat.
They are like a drumbeat for his heart. Defeat them, then focus your attention on Oku, and you may very well survive.
Ah, okay.
the day. But I'm not making any promises, mind you.
That's interesting, and it's kind of what we did in the Barrow. So defeat the ads. We're not going to fight this fight tonight, but tomorrow, folks, remind me that we want to go after the ads first, take out all the rest of his army, and then deal with Oku. How will I know when he's weak enough?
I will do what I can to let you know. Listen for my voice over the din of battle. Until you hear me call out, I would not attack Oku directly. Instead, do whatever you can to slow him down and keep him at paw's length.
And if you fall?
Then use your best judgment. But if you've allowed me to fall, then clearly that is lacking. If questions you have, then answers I shall provide.
Yes, stab him in the abs.
A little. There is so much to tell. And to think you'd only want to hear the smallest bit of it. I am insulted. What? Do you think I am some sort of long-winded braggart? My, your charm spells seem to be failing one by one. Oh. Well now, that is a different matter. I am Ganayev, Gan of Dreams. He who walks in the dreams of the people of Rashomon. Especially the passionate dreams of farmers' daughters. I make deals with spirits, speak with the mountains.
Can you make a deal with this spirit?
And tell tales of old that bubble up from the brooks and streams of the
There you go,
land.
Rudnell. Were you born here?
Now there's a tale. Actually, I was born from no mother or father, but from dream itself.
What?
I was conceived as an idea, a stray thought that had to fend for itself in this harsh land.
What?
It made me strong, capable, and ruggedly handsome.
You were born from a dream.
Indeed, stepped fresh and whole from the sleeping minds of this great land, able to walk in and out of dreams at my whim and my will.
But you're a hag spawn.
Do I look like a hag spawn? Come now. Very well, a game. Now that interests me. And while I despise fairness, I must admit I am slightly curious about you.
I was born in a small town, West Harbor, on the Sword Coast. In a small town. It bordered the Mare of Dead Men.
Not as interesting as I'd hoped. Still.
Oh,
very
just wait.
well. I was born in a city that lies beneath water. Where this city is, I do not know. I see it sometimes in my dreams, but its location eludes me. As do the faces of my mother and my father, if they existed at all.
I never knew my mother, and my father, he was more of a guardian than a father.
Ah, an orphan. Intriguing. I shall raise you one better. I am an orphan as well. I do not know the fate of my father, but my mother, I believe her to be the one that cast me out. Ironic to give birth to me, then to feed me to the wilds of Rashomon. Not very motherly, but hags are not known for such kindnesses, I suppose.
How did you survive?
The animals of the world took me in. The dead shepherded the living. It mattered not to them. I learned their speech, their greetings and farewells, the cries of the wild. And the
so we have a
lost. To some
horny,
it is a dirge. To me, it is a symphony.
Articulate
and the strings are familiar
Tarzan
ones that speak purer than any Russian
basically.
word.
A horny, eloquent Tarzan. So you were left to wander the land?
There are worse fates. And the more I spoke and bartered with the dead, the more the spirits would come to my aid. My powers grew, and so did the tales of my travels, until every farmer in this dreaming nation held a blade close to their bed, in case I should visit their daughters in the night.
Did you ever try to find your homeland?
No, because I dream of it. It is close, a place of night and flowing water through stones.
This guy might be useful.
Feel its presence sometimes.
Yeah, kind of, Rock God.
But I do not know if I ever truly wish to return. It cast me out once, and I do not think I would enjoy being treated the same way a second time. And I fear that my mother was not the ruling power there. Oh, I can indeed tell you but a little, for little is all I knew of them. A human for a father, yes. A hag for a mother, yes. But who they were? that is not known to me. Do you think I care? I do not. It is like water running through the streets of an empty city, uncaring, unheard, and unwelcome.
Damn it.
If questions you have, then answers I shall provide. The animals of the world took me in.
That was a mistake.
The dead shall... I learned there's... To some it is a dirge. To me, there are worse fates. My powers grew, and so did the... No, and if questions you have, then answers I shall provide.
Man. I think I'm going to do that again. I can run through it quickly, but I want to kind of have good influence with him.
Yes, what do you want? The spirit... What
Yes,
did
I
you
know
take
about
from
that.
him anyway? Well, whatever angered him, I hope... Well, still, we have one advantage. The bear... Defeat them. Then, I will do until you hear me call out. I would then use your best judgment. If questions you have, then answers I shall provide. A little. There is so much... What?
All
Do you
right.
think I am... Oh, I make deals with spirit. Now there... I was... It made me strong. Indeed. Stepped fresh. Do I look like a hag spawn? Very well. A game. Very well. I see it sometimes in my dream. I shall raise you. Ironic to give birth to me. The animals...
Right.
I learned there's... To some it is a dirge. There are worse. My powers grew. And... No, Oh, I can indeed tell you but a little. And that is exactly my feeling in the matter as well. If they cast me away, so shall I do the same. Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer. Defeat his legions. I'll do my best to warn you when it's time to strike. But if I fall, you'll have to use your...
Okay, better. And you're
I didn't think
fine?
the spirits would actually pursue us out of the barrow. The bear spirit is as stubborn as he is colorful.
You said something to that bear spirit about how you knew his true self. What did you mean by that?
Animal spirits have packs and pecking orders just as their mortal kin do. That bear we met was the pack leader of that barrow. A spirit noble, one could say. When we first met him, he was still half in hibernation. No doubt our battle roused him to full strength.
Oh, great. That's lovely. Our last battle roused him. I recall defeating him rather soundly.
A spirit of his strength is nearly eternal. We did not kill him, only disrupted his form for a short while. So a serious grudge against me to come this far. According to the witches, the bear spirit claims you defiled his sacred ground. Perhaps your presence there was enough to warrant his pursuit. But I think that power you used to destroy the spirit wolf has something to do with it.
Possibly.
Perhaps. Though we can't permanently defeat him, we can certainly drive him and his minions back to their barrow. However, animal spirits of his age often exhibit honor and nobility in their actions.
Okay.
Like any animal, if he's subdued by force, he'll show respect. Perhaps then he could be commanded to leave us in peace.
Okay.
I agree. If we didn't have to stay here to pry some answers from Magda, I'd suggest that we slip past the spirit army and leave Molcentir behind us. No, it does not. The Rashemi are a superstitious lot. Their society is based on fear, of witches, of spirits, of starvation.
I mean, the Red Wizards are about fear also.
These people don't want to understand the forces of the land. They wish to live in terror of them. I've spent my life mastering powerful arcane forces. A dozen times I've nearly been killed by careless classmates, or my own novice mistakes. Living in an academy of deadly magic can be terrifying. If I can overcome the fear of forces greater than me, others can too. That said, the spirit army outside the city is waiting for us. If these people truly live in accordance with the spirits of the land as they claim, no spirit will breach these walls. What would you like to know? The Red Wizards are some of the most talented.
I think I already asked this.
Nearly every ruler and authority figure in Thay swears allegiance to the Red Wizards. I am an instructor at the academy. Most people assume that we're all disciples of one secretive school, but there are hundreds of. We commit the whole of our lives to a. I find transformative magic. Kaji is one of my early. The students of my academy mostly focus on the. You were kind to say that. I was fortunate to be raised by my mother and Master Jaffe. The two of them made certain that I grew up to be a magician, not a despot.
This part I hadn't heard before.
Yes, though it is not a matter of fashion. Our tattoos are traditional symbols of arcane strength, and they are inked with magical enchantments that focus the bearer's will. What would you like to know? What would you like to know?
Where are you from?
I've spent my life at the Academy of Shapers and Binders, studying magic.
This is helpful
for
to
as long
gather
as I can
information
remember.
from her now that I have a lot of influence
The
with
Academy
her.
is far south of here. This is actually my first time beyond the lands of Thay. Between my students and my own magical research, I have little time for travel. My mother is...
Aha,
was
influence
the
success.
headmistress of the Academy of Shapers and Binders.
Hell yes.
She was a rather inconsistent parent, sometimes very protective and forgiving, other times strict and callous. I often felt like a valued possession, not a daughter. I promised my mother that I'd rescue you from the barrow,
Oh man,
find you some
influence
answers,
failure.
and guard you from danger. If my mother wanted my help at the academy, she would not have ordered me to find you. What of it? It is my business, and my business alone. I am something of an authority on being abrasive when I don't mean to be. I accept your apology. For a very, very long time, I thought the voices were a sign that my mind was peculiar at best and fatally unhinged at worst. And before you ask, no, the voices have never taken control of me or forced me into action.
Reminds me a little bit of Rob's character in Eberron. What do the voices usually say?
Most often, gibberish, fragments of words, sentences so quiet they might as well be a mumble. Still, there is an occasional bit of guidance, dissuading me from foolish mistakes, or warning me when an unscrupulous classmate is trying to deceive me.
What do you think is the cause?
I've tried every divining cantrip, every scrying spell in the Academy library, and they've told me nothing. The voices seem to be coming from both within and without. Oh, well, usually people associate voices in one's head with raving lunacy. In other words, you're welcome.
Yeah. Let's see.
What would you like to know? What would you like to know?
I already know about the voices.
I promised my mother that I'd
Oh, you
rescue
already
you from
said
the
this.
barrow, find you some... If my mother wanted... What would you like to know?
Okay, good. All right, so when we start tomorrow, we're going to go into this temple, Temple of Kelemvor. Then we're going to go to the Temple of the Three. And then we're going to basically head out and face the spirits. That's all we got. This temple, the Temple of the Three, and then deal with the spirits. And at least we got one other NPC. He's not a tank. Really would love to do that, and I can try to find a tank. Hopefully there's one in this town. Don't tell me if there is. I will have to find it on my own, but still, we made some seriously good progress, I think. The Shadow of the Molson Tier, and yeah, it's good stuff. I am enjoying this quite a bit, as was suggested I had. You know, one thing that I've noticed, which I didn't have a chance to talk too much about so far, is the level of the writing. I just mean the line-by-line writing is very solid, and considerably better than the main campaign. There was some good stuff in the main campaign, and overall, as I said, I thought the story in the main campaign was fine, but just the line-by-line writing in this is better. And it has to do with certain kind of rhythms and cadences and how things work together. And all of that makes a difference in terms of how it comes across. So, you know, that's a good sign because it suggests that, you know, we're going to get more of that. Because I did like the main campaign. And so we will get more of it as we go along here. Whoops. There we go. So we'll get more of it as we go along here. So it was good stuff. Good night, Dragon. But it is late, and I need to get to bed, and so I'm going to do that. I hope you folks enjoyed this as much as I did. This was definitely fun, and we're going to get more Neverwinter Nights tomorrow. So if you liked this, you'll definitely want to make sure that you tune back in tomorrow for more awesomeness with Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete Mask of the Betrayer. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvanellarun.com. And on the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is the Patreon. That there really makes a big difference. So please support that if you can. Gets you good stuff for you, good stuff for the channel, and really helps support us. And of course, that subsystem, a number of you used that today. Subs, gift subs, and the like. Thank you for all those who did that. It is September, so it's 20% off for new subs, I believe, and for gift subs. So that's very cool, obviously. I'm very appreciative of that. And you can get custom sub badges and emotes, and of course inspirations to help with the players as well. On the publishing side, my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels, award-winning actually, are at !Icarus, !Library for the tales and tomes of the Forbidden Library, and a meatball sub, all kinds of subs from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade KS. Grayshade is going to be coming soon. The Grayshade book is going to be coming soon in particular, and then the Grayshade Kickstarter will have more information for all of you on that coming very soon. That's Grayshade KS. As always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Now, we're not going to do a raid today. I thought about it, but it is very late, and I don't want to have a situation. I try to do raids most of the time. I probably do them like, I don't know, 70, 80% of the time, something like that. But when it's super late like this, I'm just like, you know what? I think it's better just to let discretion be the better part of valor. Tomorrow, though, we will definitely do a raid after our session tomorrow. We'll be starting sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll run until about 12:30 to 1 a.m. on Saturday night, and we'll be playing more of this with Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudenel, Dragonspear, Rock God. Thank you, as always, to my subscribers, Rudenel, Dragon Gear, and also Triffid was here before, so thank you there. Thank you to Rudenel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Darkside Rob, Blackberry Bear, Configuration Queen, Karth, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you for all of the subs, the Patreon support, the hype train, and all of the gift subs today as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Atero. Thank you to, let me come over here to see this, Beta Views. Thank you to Demonmad. Thank you to Do Springfield, Ice Shield, Fisklex. Thank you to something, Fwid. Thank you to Gitgok, Hippofant. Thank you to Infinity Simplex, Lego Freak, Lone Wolf. Thank you to, let's ignore those two bots. Thank you to BKD Fan. Thank you to Small Streamer. Thank you to Spike Trap Claire. Thank you to Stan Kubrick, Stygian Sticks, The Sparkly Wallflower, U Christensen, VNK, Wookie Cookie, and Wrecking God. Thank you, everybody. Great time as always. Much love to all of you. Very excited for a really cool month of September to come. And tomorrow I will see you for more of this Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete Mask of the Betrayer. Until then, everybody, be good to each other, and I'll catch you all soon. Bye for now.